A quarter of the season is finished, but there is still plenty of baseball left to be played. And we'll play some more today as the Falmouth Commodores make the trip northeast to face the Cotuit Kettleers. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Kettle Talk, the official pregame show of the Cotuit Kettleers. I'm John Perez. Yesterday was the first day of the, quote, reset by Cotuit manager Mike Roberts. Well, he might have reset, but not much has changed. Let's take a look at how last night's game against Harwich played out. After an off day, Cotuit manager Mike Roberts said that he would reset the team. Kettleers taking on the Mariners. Matt Rupenthal from Vanderbilt for the Kettleers. Tyler Wilson from Rhode Island for the Mariners. Top two, after Rupenthal gave up a double and a single, he walks the next two batters. Nick D'Alessandro is the Mariner pictured. His free pass issues the Mariners a 2-0 lead. Bottom half of the inning, after back-to-back two-out hits, Cal Stevenson had an opportunity to put the Kettleers back in front. Jack Klein at second, Kendall at third, and Stevenson strikes out to end the threat. Bottom four, with Hagan Owenby at second, St. John's bound Pat Dorian hits a liner up the middle. Owenby comes around to score, and the Kettleers cut the lead to 2-1. But the Kettleers would give it right back. The next inning, Virginia's Ernie Clement on its second and nobody out. Johnny Adams from Boston College hits a shot into the left center field gap. Clement comes around to score. It's an RBI double for Adams, and the Mariners lead 3-1. Next batter, Pavin Smith socks a single up the middle. Adams scores 4-1 Harwich. Bottom of the sixth with Harwich up 6-1. Cotuit has base runners on the corners. Hagan Owenby from East Tennessee State laces a base hit into right center. Stevenson comes around to score 6-2. The bats would not come around for the Kettleers as they now drop to 1-10.
No, much better effort. The umpire complimented Owenby on his effort back there, and much better effort by the entire team. When you look at the scoreboard, we have 9 hits, they have 7, but when you look at the scorebook, we have 3 hit batsmen, I think 6 walks, maybe more than that, and that's the difference in the game.
One positive from last night was the right-hander out of Vanderbilt, Matt Rupenthal, who went 4 innings, gave up 2 runs, but issued 3 walks. After the game, he spoke to the media about his first start of the summer and how he felt.
Felt pretty good, just a role change for what I'd been doing at school, and but it was a lot of fun just getting out there and being usually like an inning or 2 guy. The first inning went pretty well for me, and then from there a little shaky at times, but just good to get back out there. I think for me personally, the just my pregame routine, I was trying to kind of feel how many pitches do I need to throw, kind of like what time to start, get my body ready to pitch was I think the toughest adjustment. But going out next week, I'm sure I definitely have some good things and some things that I can kind of push away to the side. So,
right.
Yep. I think that we're obviously all a team, and I'm working specifically with the catcher. But at the end of the day, I'm just trying to make my pitches, and what he or what any catcher. I think our catchers. I thought Owenby caught well for me tonight, and I just think that it's. Me making pitches, and kind of once the ball leaves my hand, it's kind of last. I don't really have anything to do with it anymore, so I can't worry about that.
Let's see what happened in the league last night. Chatham over YD 5-0. Donovan Casey from Boston College went 2 for 6 with 2 runs batted in. DJ Artis from Liberty 2 for 4 with an RBI. Don't look now, but Hyannis has won 4 in a row, and they're one of the hotter teams in the league. They beat Wareham 3-1 last night. Carl Sajahar went 2 for 3 with a ribeye steak. Bourne over Falmouth 7-2 last night. Bryce Johnson, not going in the NBA draft. This one from Sam Houston State went 1 for 3 with 2 runs batted in. Orleans back in the win column with a 7-3 win over Brewster. The Georgia Bulldog, Keegan McGovern, hit a home run and a double. He drove in 3. So here is how those results shake out the leaderboards. Harwich still the juggernaut in the East, if not the whole league. Orleans in at second, with Brewster and Chatham tied for third. YD rounds it out. Bourne at 7-4 is on the top in the West. Wareham a game above 500. Falmouth in third, with Hyannis holding a 3-game cushion over the last place Kettleers. Welcome back to Kettle Talk. I'll bring in writer Matt Feldman right now. And Matt, You know, a lot has been made of this pitching rotation. I think Eddie Mull has the biggest upside now that the Kettleers defense up the middle has pretty much been strengthened. At 14 ground outs the other day, more of a ground ball pitcher. What have you seen from him thus far?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Eddie Mull is definitely a ground ball type of guy. He's not going to overpower with the fastball, but he's going to throw down in the zone, and he's going to force a lot of ground balls. He comes out of George Washington. He's a closing pitcher at George Washington. In 2015, he led the NCAA in saves. He had 17 saves in one season, not set the record, but led the NCAA in saves. And then this past year, he threw under 2 ERA at George Washington, had All Atlantic 10 Conference honors, first team. He's definitely got a lot of upside, and I think that maybe not as a starting pitcher, but I guess we still have to see how he's going to be as a starter. But as of right now, as a closing pitcher and as a relief pitcher, he's really, really good. And I think starting is this last part of his game that he and Roberts wants to kind of work on with the Kettleers.
One thing that the Kettleers do have to work on is finding a solid first baseman that isn't going to make an error on a pickoff throw. You know, we saw that with Albie Wise a couple of days ago at Orleans, and then we saw it with Jordan Pierce yesterday. Had a runner dead to rights, and first baseman just drops it. Mm-hmm. Do you think Roberts stays with them? Do you think he has a revolving door? Where does this leave Genesta?
You know, that's tough because, you know, the three guys you name are all three good hitters, and they're all three not bad fielders. They're not bad in the field. I would say Genesta is probably the best defensive option. He's made a couple great snags at first base when he's been at first base, and he also he's a great hitter also offensively. So I'd say he's probably the best option. He's had a couple nights off rest. Not sure the actual reason for those nights off, but he's had 2 games off. So I would say he's definitely going to be in the lineup tonight. And I would put him probably at first base, keep Pierce at third because Pierce isn't bad at third. But I would definitely say the first base option would be Genesta because he hasn't really done anything at first base to make me or anybody else think that he shouldn't be there. And that's kind of how I think that these players should be treated by the coaching staff is, you know, leave him in a position until they give you a reason to take him out. And I think that's where they should do with Genesta. Just leave him there because I think he's the best first base option they have right now.
Well, now let's flip that to left field or even right field and possibly center field when Jaron Kendall leaves. Cal Stevenson struggled the last couple of days, but he is a guy that does make contact, is very fast on the base path. Do you just ride this out with Stevenson?
I mean, I would say so. He's not a bad fielder at all. And he's, right now he's usually in left field. But I would say, when Kendall leaves, I would see Stevenson moving into center. I think he's probably one of the best outfielders on the team. He's got a good arm. He's a little small, but he's fast. And he's definitely like a typical outfielder. And so I would say, ride it out with Kendall in center field while he's here, obviously. But when Kendall leaves in a couple weeks, I would say Stevenson goes right to center field, and that's definitely a position that I would see him in for the rest of the summer. He's a good bat, he's a scrappy player, but he's also got great speed and not a bad arm out there in center field either, so it's definitely a good position for him to be in.
All right, Matt, thanks for the time. That's Matt Feldman. You can check him out on Twitter at Feldy_fresh, and you can check the both of us out on the Weekly Kettle, where we recap the last week for the Kettleers. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Kettle Talk. I'm joined by Jaron Kendall, who I guess if this was soccer, you would be here on a loan because you're only going to be here for a week. But how would you assess your week thus far with the team?
So far, I mean, it's been fun. It's always fun coming out here. Maybe the offense hasn't been there, but, just being around the different kind of guys and meeting new guys is great. Seeing Roberts again, it's awesome. I think after last night, the team has grown a little bit farther, and I'm excited to hear about them, how they do later in the summer.
With that said, too, you haven't played in a little while, and I guess you're still getting your feet wet and just getting into normal baseball activity, and that's why you're here. But 2 hits yesterday has to at least take some sort of pressure off of you just to actually get on the bases and use your speed.
Right. No, those 2 hits felt very good last night. I've been swinging the bat pretty well, putting the ball in play, which is always nice for me. I think that's a big positive. Just hits here and there, even putting the ball in play, good swings on balls are fine, so... Yeah, it's just me just getting my hands working, my eyes working again before I head out.
So in high school, and you went to high school in Wisconsin, named the Gatorade Player of the Year, which is obviously a big honor, and drafted by the Red Sox. I guess when Vanderbilt comes calling, you just have to take that call, and you obviously committed there. But what led into that decision to go to Vanderbilt as opposed to the Red Sox?
Right. Well, first off, I think Vanderbilt was my only offer, so I went down there for a camp. They liked me, so they offered me. First off, Vanderbilt is just, the greatest place on earth. You get the best education. I've grown so much as a person being around Corbin, which is absolutely unbelievable, and every kid can say that. And then obviously just the sport of baseball there is crazy. So it's pretty pretty easy decision for me. I mean, it was like 30th round for Boston, so it wasn't that high, but it was a no-brainer for me from the beginning.
Have you had the opportunity to meet some of the Vanderbilt alumni? David Price is obviously the biggest one of this era right now.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no, everybody comes back, and I think that's the biggest difference between our program and other programs is that guys always come back. You know, I was talking to some of the guys out here, and you know, even they say it. They're like, dude, you know, it's amazing how many guys come back, and you know, they've been out for 4 or 5 years, and they don't even know any of the kids on the team. You know. So it's pretty crazy. You know, it's always a big family there at Vanderbilt. So everybody comes back, and we actually got a $12 million renovation for them. So I think it'll be all right.
So with that said, you had the opportunity to play with Dansby Swanson, who was the #1 overall pick, and I think you said that he would be the actor for the Jaron Kendall movie. I think he would play you or something like that. But what's something that maybe fans don't know about Dansby that you get to know since he's such a close friend of yours?
Yeah. You know, there honestly really isn't anything that they don't know. Like that group of kids, him, Rhett Wiseman, you know, all those guys, they were so open and just so honest with everyone that it's, you know, it was hard for them to hide anything, you know, and I think that's just like Vanderbilt stuff. Like you're not hiding anything. You're just gonna be honest with everybody. I mean, you're just talking person to person, whether you know it's a little kid coming up to you and talking to you. You're gonna talk to him the same as a guy that's just checking you out like a scout or something like that. So it's pretty crazy, and that's what we're taught, and that's how we go about our business.
Was this year at Vanderbilt kind of humble pie because you were spoiled your first year, obviously going to the College World Series and so close against Virginia this year, you lose in the first round. What has this past year been like, and how humbling has it been?
It was a good experience. It's always a good experience, coming off the freshman year, which was a pretty amazing experience. I learned a lot last year. Coming in this year, we had a lot of expectations, I think. And to be honest, I think we did better than we actually thought. It just didn't end well. And, it's just baseball. I mean, look at the College World Series right now. It's crazy. Florida's already out. So, it's just the game of baseball, and, that's just how it's played.
So I'm going to bring up a bad memory for you, and I'm sorry for this, but Jack Meggs, which I'm sure will probably be in the back of your mind too, hits the home run off of Rupenthal. You were so close to catching it. Could you just take me through that play? Did you think you had it? You had a beat on it, or what went through that?
I definitely think I had a beat on it. I think that's one of my best approaches to that wall I've had in my career at Vanderbilt. I just couldn't get high enough, and just maybe a couple inches over my glove, and I think everybody in the stands thought I caught it, but even Brian asked me if I caught it, but I was pretty close. It was a tough hit for us, but like I said, it's just baseball.
What have you learned maybe over this last couple of days that you're hoping to take with you to Team USA? We saw you play right field a little bit. Is that going to be your role on the team, or what are you taking from this experience with the Kettleers?
Yeah, no, I think I'll be in center field out there. Honestly, for me, just the experience. I was going to come out here whether I was going to play or not. I just really wanted to see Coach Roberts and see the family that welcomed me in last summer. I think that was the biggest thing for me, whether I was going to play or not. I want to come out and see these guys again because I don't know when the next time I was going to be able to. And, I'm just glad I have the opportunity for the week.
And then the last one, your Vanderbilt teammates are here. We spoke to Alonzo on Kettle Talk a couple of days ago. We have yet to meet Rupenthal, but just playing behind them, I guess we'll start with Matt. What do you notice about Matt from center field?
Matt is the most confident kid I think I've ever seen. He throws the ball and he's ready to get it back. And obviously we're taught that at Vanderbilt, but you can really see it in his. And I think he's come a long way since freshman year. I mean, we all have, but I've definitely noticed a difference in his stature on the mound.
And Alonzo?
Alonzo's just fast. The kid's unbelievable. He's so athletic. He can do anything. He can do anything he puts his mind to. I'm looking forward to seeing him as a real athlete coming up here in the next couple of years.
Jaron, always a pleasure. That's Jaron Kendall. We'll have starting lineups coming up right after this. Welcome back to Kettle Talk. The official pregame show of the Cotuit Kettleers, and we're almost set to go for the starting lineup in today's game. Let's give you the Commodores lineup first. Kevin Merrill will lead things off from South Florida. Bryce Johnson, no, not the one from North Carolina, is batting second in left field. Gigliotti, Willie Berger, who's got the best name of the Cape thus far. Trevor Larnach out in right. Matt Deuce is behind the plate. Tristan Gray from Rice, Caden Griner, Matt McLaughlin, and on the mound is Brady Puckett. Now let's talk about the Kettleers. Alonzo Jones, Jaron Kendall, the Vandy boys, the 1-2, Pat Dorian and A.J. Balta, Quinn Brody, Grayson Genista, Hagan, Cisnera, and Voss. And on the mound is Eddie Mull. This is John Perez wrapping up. Jason Doro and Aiden Doyle have the call the rest of the way for the broadcast.
Thanks so much, John. We're about ready to go in Cotuit. The Kettleers looking to snap a 6-game losing streak against another team that is on a skid of their own. The Falmouth Commodores enter on a 5-game losing streak. However, they sit at 5-6 on the season. I'm Jason Doro. Next to me, Aiden Doyle now. And we're about ready for first pitch. Kevin Merrill steps in the box to take on Eddie Mull and start this ball game. Mull working from the stretch, his first pitch of the evening, a fastball for a called strike on the outer half. Merrill enters with a tremendous batting average, .410 he's hitting in 9 games, 16 hits, 8 runs scored for Falmouth. 0-1, another fastball misses off the plate. Last night, Cotuit played right here at Lowell Park. Fell by a score of 7-2 against the Harwich Mariners. Had more hits than Harwich, though, 9-7. Off-speed pitch over the plate. Grounded foul by Merrill.
And you see that one grounded foul. John Perez told us in Eddie Mull's last start just a few games ago, he had 14 ground balls in that game at Red Wilson Field in Yarmouth. And so for this Kettleers for this Kettleers infield, defense has been such a talking point as far as some of their struggles early in the season. Consistent left side with Dorian and Hagan, but Alonzo Jones getting the start over there at second and A.J. Balt at first. Better be ready.
Mull has pitched 7 2/3 innings for the Kettleers as we enter this one. Recorded 4 strikeouts. Trying to induce some more ground balls. Merrill fouls one off into the fence down the third base line. Merrill third in the Cape Cod Baseball League in batting average. Sits just 4 points behind Adam Hastley from Orleans. Two ball, 2 strike count for the Commodores leadoff hitter. Here comes Mull. Another chopper. This one toward the Falmouth dugout, and Merrill stays alive.
Mull with that sidearm 3/4 delivery coming from the right-hand side. Causes a lot of sink on the ball, and that's what induces a lot of those ground balls that, like we mentioned in that start against the Red Sox, had 14 of them.
Another 2-2 pitch. Hit on the ground right side for Alonzo Jones. Up with it. Over to first, and there's out number 1. Jones getting his first start in the field today for Cotuit. He's been in the DH spot so far this season for the Kettleers. Let's take a look at how the Kettleers will align besides Jones. They have Hagan at short, Patrick Dorian at third, A.J. Balta at first, a rare start in the infield for him. Tim Cisnera, another Oregon standout, is catching for Eddie Mull. Then Quinn Brody is in left, Jaron Kendall in center, Grayson Genista in right field. Bryce Johnson stands in now for Falmouth with 1 down. Swings at the first pitch and taps it foul. Johnson's batting .233 in 30 at-bats, 8 games so far with the Commodores. 2 doubles for him. Out of Sam Houston State. High bouncer towards third. Dorian has it. Bare hands. A quick throw over to first, and he retires Johnson for out number 2.
Well, 2 batters and 2 ground balls so far for Eddie Mull. Nice play by Dorian over there at third, recognizing with Johnson's speed, he wouldn't have time to field it in the glove and then make the transfer and get it over there in time. So a quick bare hand and a strong throw to first to get Johnson for the second out of the inning.
2 up, 2 down to start the ball game. Here comes Mike Gigliotti, Falmouth's center fielder. First pitch fastball tails off the plate, ball 1. Gigliotti is hitting .286 in 11 games, the most of any Commodore. A dozen hits for him, as well as 3 RBIs and 2 walks. 1-0 fastball. Gigliotti is behind it. Tags it into the trees out of play down the left field line.
This Falmouth team is struggling so far this season offensively. They're on the bottom half of the Cape League in runs scored and second worst in the league as far as hits. Only team better than is the Cotuit Kettleers.
Eddie Mole really working the fastball off the plate. Misses again. Count now 2 balls and 1 strike. And another pitch fouled off by Gigliotti. Commodores really behind Eddie Mole right now. Not great velocity on his fastball, but he's placing it on the outer half of the plate or off the plate. 2 down and the base is empty in the top of the first at Lowell Park. Gigliotti under that one, fouls it off again. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mole, a junior out of George Washington University. Made the trip across the country from Sherman Oaks, California to play for GW. Was second on the team in appearances this season and had a 1.76 ERA. That ball poked into the bleachers down the third base line, which have filled up nicely for first pitch here in Cotuit. Another great night for a ball game. 75 degrees roughly. Sun shining down from the third base line. And not much of a breeze. The American flag hanging limp in left center field. 2-2. Again fouled off. Falmouth getting a piece of just about every Eddie Mole pitch, but they haven't got a hold of one yet.
You talked about Mole and his career for the George Washington Colonials. He's actually the career saves leader for George Washington, had 11 this season, and in 2015, his sophomore year, was the NCAA saves leader with 17.
17 saves in such a short season is an impressive mark. So you only play so many games in a given college baseball season. That would earn him Atlantic 10 All-Conference first team, as well as ABCA All-East Region second team in 2015. He also had a 2.13 ERA that year. 2-2 pitch. Misses outside. Gigliotti has worked it full with 2 down in the top of the first. Mole at the belt, infield playing deep, payoff pitch, lined into left center field. Rounding first, digging for 2 is Gigliotti. Here comes the throw in from Kendall. Jones has it, but it's not in time. A 2-out double for the center fielder, Mike Gigliotti. Falmouth looking to get on the board in the top of the first.
Well, it's a great piece of hitting there from Gigliotti. Left-handed batter against a right-handed throwing Mole, who with the full count tried to paint the outside corner. Took what he was given and shot it into left center field for an extra base hit. Took it the other way, and that's exactly what they teach you when it's on the outside part of the plate. Don't try and do too much with it. Don't try and pull it. Just go with the pitch, and Gigliotti did it. Gigliotti did it right there.
Just a phenomenal at-bat all around for Gigliotti. Fouled off a handful of pitches to stay alive, and then finally drilled that baseball into left center field. Willie Berger, a first baseman out of Penn State, steps in now.
Well, you talk about the at-bat. It's usually when you're fouling off a lot of pitches, who's gonna make a mistake first. And Gigliotti did a good job staying alive there, and then eventually Mole left one over the plate that Gigliotti could get to and shot it into left center field.
Berger second on the team in batting average, hitting .294, behind only Kevin Merrill. He's played 9 games, has 10 hits, 5 RBIs, has struck out 12 times in 34 at-bats. That strikeout mark is the highest on the team. Two down in the top of the first at Lowell Park. Eddie Mole working on the mound for Cotuit. Check second, the 1-1. Misses off the plate. Now 2 balls, 1 strike. Tim Susnara catching for Mole tonight, one of the more reliable backstops that Cotuit has had this season. Out of Oregon, has played well, both at the plate and defensively. 2-1 count. Susnara calls for a fastball there from Mole, and Mole misses inside. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Berger, one of only 3 right-handers in this Commodores lineup tonight. They do have another switch hitter in Bryce Johnson, but both teams tonight going very heavy on left-handed batters.
3-1 pitch. This one jammed down the third base line toward the Cotuit dugout. Berger is coming off an excellent freshman campaign at Penn State. Batted .261 in 37 games. Proved to be one of the better players in the Nittany Lion order, and thus that earned him a trip out here on Cape Cod for the summer. He intends to major in public relations and advertising in Happy Valley. Mole misses inside, a 2-out walk for Berger, and now 2 men aboard for Trevor Larnick.
Berger, a teammate of Kettleers pitcher Taylor Lehman, who also plays for Penn State. But Mole missing there with a fastball. Now you obviously have 2 men aboard for Falmouth. That's one thing you don't want to see if you're Coach Roberts, is not being able to find the zone early. He did a good job with it, inducing those ground balls with the first 2 batters, and Merrill and Johnson, but left the ball up and then not in the zone, and Falmouth's done a good job laying off it.
Trevor Larnick out of Oregon State, batting .227. Another left-handed hitter in the Commodore order. He has 4 RBIs and 4 walks. Mole at the belt, the 1-0. Catches the outer edge, 1-1. Those bright orange cleats, by the way, probably come straight from Beaver Country. Tim Susnara and Trevor Larnick probably familiar with each other too, playing in the Pac-12. 1-1, misses low and outside. Now 2 balls, 1 strike.
Big Oregon State rivalry, the Civil War is what they call it, when Oregon and Oregon State face off in football for the Platypus Trophy.
Certainly unique.
Yesterday we were talking about sea wolves, now we're talking about platypi.
2-1 hit on the ground. Ryan Hagan is up with it. Fires over to first, and that'll do it for Falmouth in the first. No runs on 1 hit, the double from Mike Gigliotti. No errors in the frame. 2 men left on. After half an inning at Lowell Park, we're scoreless between the Commodores and Kettleers, and we'll be right back after these short messages.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more. The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th-generation member of the business and 12th-generation Cape Codder.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clamping. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
The Kettleers come up for their first at-bats of the day. Alonzo Jones, Jaron Kendall, and Patrick Dorian in the 1, 2, and 3 spots tonight for the Kettleers. They'll face off against Brady Puckett, a tall freshman right-hander out of Lipscomb. His first pitch of the night, fastball bunted by Jones. Up in the air and foul.
You got the tall part right there. Puckett listed at 6'9", 225 pounds. Taller than any pitcher listed on the Kettleers roster.
Broken bat bounced back to Puckett, who's able to nab it, throw it over to first for out number 1. Looks like he's actually a sophomore, though, and Lipscomb may need to update their roster.
How about that broken bat, though, by Alonzo Jones? Broke right at the hands, right on the handle, and the barrel of the bat and the rest, pretty sizable chunk of the bat, flew over the Commodores dugout on the first base line, over the protective netting, and past the bleachers. It's like Happy Gilmore.
That's scary stuff.
The bat went further than the ball.
Jaron Kendall at the plate fouls off the first pitch he sees. Well, I'm sure Mike Roberts hopes his team won't spend the whole day on the beach. 0-1 count for Kendall. Breaking ball misses inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kendall joined the Kettleers just a couple days ago. He's played in 3 ball games now, batting 167 after a decent outing yesterday. Checks his swing on a fastball inside, and he did hold up. Kendall was 2 for 4 yesterday, a single and a double. Grounded out a pair of times as well. Got his first hit as a Kettleer in 2016, though. Now a fastball is in at the knees. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Good chance that you won't see Jaron Kendall around much longer. Joining USA Baseball in a couple days, swings through that one, and he strikes out for the second out of the inning.
Good off-speed pitch there by Puckett. Buries that curveball down in the zone, basically in the dirt. Good stop by Deuce behind the plate, and Kendall swung right through it.
Base is empty, 2 down for Pat Dorian. He squares, tries to bunt it, and he gets a small piece. The ball goes back to the backstop. Falmouth had the bases empty with 2 down in the top of the frame and would put 2 men aboard, but cross nobody. Maybe Cotuit gets something going here with 2 down. Dorian swings at the 0-1, lifts it down the third base line. Diving near the fence is the third baseman McLaughlin. He was unable to come up with it. As he dove into the netting, he jumped straight out of our line of sight. So not exactly sure what happened there down the third base line.
Either way, unable to make the play, though, and Dorian gets another chance here with an 0-2 count. Dorian's really solidified that third base position. We talked so much about Hagan at short, and really,
as this one's drilled down the third base line and toward the Cotuit bullpen.
Hagan really establishing himself as the day-to-day shortstop for this Kettleers team, but Dorian recently has done that as well at third base. Played really well over at the hot corner.
Puckett misses. Now the count 1-2. Dorian batting 154 on the season. 5 games for him as a Kettleer. 2 hits, 1 double. Valued more for his defense, probably, like you talked about, Aiden.
He had a great diving stop last night, diving to his left, but also had an RBI single yesterday against the Mariners.
High bouncer towards second. In comes the second baseman, Merrill. Sidearms over to first, and he beats Dorian for out number 3. Cotuit goes down 1-2-3 in their first at-bats, and we have a scoreless ball game as we head to the second at Lowell Park. We'll take a quick break for tonight's Cotuit replay.
Bank of Cape Cod is proud to sponsor today's Cotuit replay from a former Kettleer. With branches in Hyannis, Osterville, and Falmouth, rediscover local banking with Bank of Cape Cod. Justin Maxwell from 2004 has this replay. I couldn't have been more fortunate, as this was Coach Mike Roberts' first summer coaching the Kettleers. His passion and in-depth knowledge of the game helped prepare me for my journey to the big leagues. I'm proud to say that I played for him. To me, Lowell Park is the crown jewel of the Cape League. It has that true Cape atmosphere where the surrounding trees and amazing summertime weather paired perfectly with the support of locals cheering on the next wave of MLB stars. I remember the deep green of the outfield grass and the backdrop of the beautiful trees encompassing this baseball wonderland. I'm proud to be a member of the Kettleers family and am grateful for their support throughout my career. Justin Maxwell, currently with the Florida Marlins, with his Cotuit replay, brought to you by the Bank of Cape Cod, with branches in Hyannis, Osterville, and Falmouth. Rediscover local banking with Bank of Cape Cod.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod, with 2 acute care hospitals and more than 450 physicians. For more information, please visit capecodhealth.org.
Falmouth comes back to the plate in the top of the second with the 6, 7, and 8 hitters. It'll be Matt Deuce, Tristan Gray, and then Caden Grenier. Coming up for the Commodores, Eddie Mole, after working his way out of the first, returns to the rubber for Cotuit and misses outside with his first pitch of the inning. Deuce, the catcher, a short left-handed hitter, awaits the 1-0 and swings through it. 1-1 count now. Deuce is batting .227 over 7 contests, 5 hits, 3 of them doubles, 6 strikeouts as well. Plays his college ball at Dallas Baptist University. 1-1 called for a strike.
Another left-hander in this Commodores lineup. Like I mentioned, they have 5 lefties with a switch hitter batting left-handed against the right-handed throwing Mole. And then Cotuit has 6 lefties with a switch hitter, so not many right-handed batters in either lineup today.
Deuce hails from Sierra Vista, Arizona. His father played first base for the Canadian Olympic team and also played for Canada in the 1977 Little League World Series. How about that?
You ever been out to Williamsport, Jason?
Unfortunately, I have not.
Unbelievable. I went there a few years ago. It was a lot of fun, and amazingly enough, I'd never been there before. Expecting, having to pay for admission. It's all free.
Payoff pitch misses outside, and Deuce is able to trot down to first. It's definitely one of the most unique sporting experiences out there. I'm sure you could speak volumes to that.
Oh yeah, it was awesome sliding out down the hill in left center field there in Williamsport. I forget which. I believe I want to say it's Volunteer Stadium, maybe. Or
That sounds right.
Lamod Stadium in Williamsport, and big hill out in the outfield, sliding down there on a piece of cardboard. It's a lot of fun, and the kids have a great time too. So just an overall great experience.
Tristan Gray bounces one back up the middle. Alonzo Jones flips it behind his back to Ryan Hagan covering the base. What a play. Alonzo Jones's first start in the infield. And how do you do?
The one word Alonzo Jones used to describe himself was vitesse, which is the French word for speed. He showed off some vitesse and finesse there. The speed and the range to get to that ball up the middle, and then the finesse to flip it around his back to Hagan, who was covering second. Obviously, don't get the double play, but Unbelievable play there by Alonzo Jones.
Mike Roberts will take just one out on that play any day. Probably a single for most hitters, but Jones showing off that range, then flipping the ball behind his back to get out number one. Caden Grenier, the Falmouth shortstop, at the plate. Eddie Mole looking for another potential double play ball. This pitch swung on and missed, and then it scoots away from Tim Susnara, allowing Gray to advance to second after he reached on the fielder's choice.
Well, Jones made his first Cape League appearance against the Whitey Red Sox in that game that Eddie Mole started back on June 17th. And this is his first appearance in the field, so his first 5 games were all a designated hitter. Finally gets a chance to show Mike Roberts what he can do in the field, and manages to flip it around his back in the second inning.
I think it was hard for Mike Roberts to take Josh Shaw out of the lineup, who had been excellent at second base, but Jones really showing why his presence is valuable in the field as well here. 1-2 count for Grenier. No score yet at Lowell Park. Top of the second here. Mole looks in for his sign from Susnara. He's got it. 1-2 on the way. Breaking ball off the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mole kind of the opposite of what we saw yesterday with Matt Rupenthal. Definitely trying to establish the fastball first, and then maybe mix in some off-speed pitches, while Rupenthal was using the curveball to set up his fastball.
Rupenthal also more of a strikeout pitcher, whereas Mole relies on a lot of ground balls and contact.
2-2 fouled off the leg of Grenier.
2 different styles, but both effective when executed properly.
Grenier is also out of Oregon State. So far in this Cape season, hitting 167. 5 hits, 2 of them doubles. Mole ready with the 2-2. Here it comes. Popped up behind home plate and out of play. Kettleers 1-10 this season. Looking to improve on that and get out of the cellar in the West Division. And also make up ground on Falmouth, who of course is also in the West. Currently 3rd in the division at 5-6. 2-2 offering. Chopped towards short. Backhanded by Ryan Hagan. A strong throw. One hopped over to first. Can't be handled by A.J. Balta. It rolls all the way to the fence. Going down to third now is Gray. And to second is Grenier. Everybody safe.
Well, that'll be Ryan Hagan's first error of the season. He becomes the first... Well, that's his first error. I know our one of our writers, John Mettis, had an interesting stat about Hagan. He was the only player in the Cape League who, with more than 70 innings in the field, or only shortstop, did not have an error, so that ends the streak there. But he was also has the most assists and most assists plus putouts in the Cape League at short. But the error streak ends there, here in the top of the second.
Hagan, an absolute vacuum at the shortstop position, has shown off a strong arm, and more often than not probably makes that play off his back foot to throw out Grenier. Instead, men at second and third for Matt McLaughlin, the Falmouth 9-hitter. He looks at a fastball below the knees, ball 1. Roberts has drawn the infield in, everybody on the grass, with 1 down in the top of the second. 1-0 pitch. Misses in the dirt. Susnara scoops it up. 2 balls, no strikes, and Susnara wants time.
Well, first base is open, although you don't exactly want to walk the number 9 hitter. No double play in order, and now here comes Mike Roberts out to the mound.
A left-hander warming in the Cotuit bullpen. And if I remember correctly, this is exactly the situation that Mike Roberts talked to the media about after a game at Brewster earlier this week or last weekend, saying you have men on second and third, first base is open, and although the leadoff hitter is on deck, you don't have to pitch this guy at the plate because you can put the double play in order for the next batter.
That's right. You have options here if you're Eddie Mole and Tim Susnar calling the game. It's just a matter of whether or not they want to attack the number 9 hitter, McLaughlin, who's only batting 192 this year, or send it back up to the top of the order with Kevin Merrill, who before his ground out in the first inning was batting 410. So really just got to pick your poison either way. Either don't have the double play in order or bring up the guy who was third in the Cape League in batting average.
And keep in mind that Eddie Mole is not a starter out at GW. In fact, he's the closer. So he's probably not going deep into this ball game. 2-0 count. Fastball from Mole misses low and inside. 3 balls, no strikes. McLaughlin out of the University of Kansas, hitting just below 200 in 8 games with Falmouth. And he lets a fastball find the zone here. 3 balls, 1 strike.
It'll be interesting to see what Mole does here with the 3-1 count. You're only a pitch away from walking him and setting up that double play. But he can't exactly pour one in here with 2 runners in scoring position.
3-1 pitch. It's downstairs, ball 4. And that loads the bases for the third best hitter batting average-wise in the Cape Cod Baseball League in Kevin Merrill.
Well, that was almost the old, not exactly the unintentional, intentional walk. Susnar never got up and obviously signaled for an intentional walk, but it was clear that once Mole fell behind, they were going to pitch around Matt McLaughlin.
And it looks like Mike Roberts has seen enough. His second trip to the mound in just a matter of seconds, and he'll make a move to the bullpen here in the second inning. We'll take a break as Cotuit swaps arms, and we'll come back with the rest of the top of the second at Lowell Park.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clamping. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. To learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more, visit curry.edu.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
We get our first look at Connor Simmons tonight, a left-hander out of Georgia Southern, 6'2", 160-pound lefty, hometown of Baxley, Georgia. He's a sophomore for the Eagles, had a 4.47 ERA in 52 innings this spring, and he just joined the team earlier this week, a temporary player that comes into a jam, the bases loaded with one down, and one of the best hitters, at least thus far this season, on Cape Cod, in Kevin Merrill at the plate.
It'll be interesting to see how now with the left-handed throwing Simmons on the mound, whether or not Falmouth coaching staff goes to any pinch hitters, obviously with a very left-handed heavy lineup.
First pitch breaking ball from Simmons, misses below the knees, ball one. Merrill is 0 for 1, a ground out to second. And you can bet that they'll let him swing away here. Cotuit has the middle infield at double play depth, corners in. Fastball from Simmons, called for a strike. Dorian playing well off of third base, though. And A.J. Balta, who got a rare start at first base tonight, playing well off the bag, too. 1-1 offering. Hit towards Balta. He has it on a high hop. Comes home. Sosnara steps on home plate to get the lead runner. Cotuit keeps Falmouth off the board for now and moves it to 2 outs in the inning.
Well, that's a smart decision by A.J. Ball to get the lead runner at home. It wasn't hit very hard, so he had an easy play. Shot right to him, threw on to Sosnara, and Sosnara making a good decision not trying to throw down the first. Jones couldn't get over there to cover in time, and so it would have been a very risky play throwing down to first base there, trying to turn the double play.
2 away for Bryce Johnson. Johnson's also 0 for 1, a ground out to third base in his first at-bat. He ropes one to left field. Going back is Quinn Brody, and he's able to haul it in. A vicious swing from Bryce Johnson with 2 down, but it's right at the left fielder, and Cotuit gets out of a jam. No runs for Falmouth in the inning. No hits in the frame either. 1 error committed by the Kettleers. 3 men left on. Through 1.5 now at Lowell Park. We're still scoreless between Falmouth and Cotuit.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th-generation member of the business and 12th-generation Cape Codder.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development. Online at curry.edu. The Kettleers save themselves in the top of the second, and the game stays scoreless, even though Falmouth had the bases loaded with 1 down. Thus, A.J. Balta comes to the plate here for Cotuit. Balta batting in the cleanup spot this evening for the Kettleers. He'll be followed by Quinn Brody and Grayson Genesta, the 5 and 6 hitters. Breaking ball from Puckett. Misses outside. Count 1-1. Falmouth shading Balta to the right. McLaughlin well off the base at third. Count now 1-2 after Balta fouls one to the screen. 1-2 from Puckett. Swung on and missed. Puckett's second strikeout of the night. And there's one down in the bottom of the second.
Puckett climbing the ladder there on A.J. Balta. Seemed like Balta was right on it when he fouled it straight back. Puckett brings that fastball again, but raises it well upstairs above the letters, and Balta chases for strike 3.
First pitch breaking ball for Quinn Brody in the zone for a called strike 1. Puckett had great numbers this year at Lipscomb. A 9-2 record and a 2.93 ERA. Jumps ahead of Brody 0-2. Pitched in 15 games. Those were all starts for him. He had 3 complete games as well, and finished the season with over 107 innings pitched. Also crossed the century mark in strikeouts, 101 Ks.
He's done a good job for these Commodores so far. 1-0 on the season with a 2.7.
1-2 pitch on the ground towards Merrill at second. Picks it up, throws on to first, and now there's 2 down.
2.7 ERA over 10 innings, only given up 3 earned runs. Doesn't strike a lot of batters out, even though he's already got 2 strikeouts so far. It's really been Falmouth's offense that's letting him down. They have a team ERA of 2.89, but only a team batting average of 248.
Kettleers have been set down in order so far. Let's see if Grayson Genesta can change that. Swings at the first pitch and misses. Genesta starting in right field this evening. He was kept out of the Cotuit order in the last 2 ball games. 0-1 offering, lifted into center field. Gigliotti coming in, and he makes the catch. Cotuit with a quick inning at the plate. They go down 1-2-3. 0-0 between the Kettleers and Commodores after 2 innings at Lowell Park. We'll be back after these quick messages. Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016. 3, 4, and 5 in the Falmouth order, due up in the top of the third, starting with Mike Gigliotti. He doubled in his first plate appearance, gave the Commodores some threat in the first inning. They'd finished with 2 men aboard when Trevor Larnick grounded out to short. 1-0 count. Connor Simmons on the bump here after relieving Eddie Mole in the first. Pitch popped up down the left field line. Plenty of time for Quinn Brody to range toward the line and make a backhanded catch for out number 1. Brody has looked good in left field tonight. Has made some miscues out there earlier in the season for Cotuit. And it looks like now the Kettleers have a left-handed pitcher warming in their bullpen. Might be Justin Hooper getting ready out there. Both of the guys that joined us in the booth last night looked like they're going to pitch today. Mole and Hooper were both up here. Ground ball left side off the bat of Willie Berger, and it's through the hole past a diving Pat Dorian for a one-out single. So 2 at-bats for Berger, and he reaches both times. Walked in the first. Now he has a single to his credit, and that brings up Matt Deuce. Excuse me, Trevor Larnick at the plate. Matt Deuce will follow him. Then Tristan Gray for Falmouth. Lefty versus lefty matchup here with Simmons. Larnick is 0 for 1, a ground out to short. That would end the first. Simmons comes set. Long look over to first. Now his first pitch for Larnick. High and outside, ball 1. Simmons was second on the team at Georgia Southern this season in strikeouts, had 70 Ks, held opponents to a .224 batting average and walked just 25 guys over 52 and 1/3 innings. 1-0 offering. Lifted into left field. This one will drop in front of Brody. Berger advances to second. Back-to-back singles with 1 down for Falmouth in the third. Commodores have put men on in every inning, but they've yet to cross anyone. 2 men left aboard in the first. Bases left loaded in the second. And now 2 men are on for Matt Deuce.
That's the second time tonight they've taken the outside pitch and just ripped it into left center field. Obviously the first one a double by Gigliotti, but the single there by Larnick. And now Falmouth with 2 men aboard here and only 1 down.
Deuce walked in his first plate appearance, leading off the second inning. 1-0 count from Simmons. He checks on second base where Willie Berger stands, comes home. Swing and a miss from Deuce, count even at 1-1. Simmons went to Appling County High School and was named Georgia Dugout Club All-State Team. Set a school record with 20 strikeouts in 1 game, and he'd even win a state title in 2012. Misses well low and outside with that pitch. Sesnara blocks it, though. Good job of getting over to block that pitch well off the plate.
20 strikeouts, still the MLB record for most Ks in a game. We saw Max Scherzer do it earlier this season. Became the 4th pitcher to do it in a game.
Can you name the others?
Kerry Wood, Randy Johnson. I'm assuming Nolan Ryan probably did it, but
It's not a half bad guess. I don't know. I just wanted to pick your brain here.
Johnson did it twice. I know that.
Two count for Deuce with 1 down. Roger Clemens looks like did it twice.
Clemens, okay. Actually, wait, so Johnson never did it then?
Fastball inside, it plunks Deuce, and now the bases are loaded. And yeah, according to Wikipedia, Johnson had 19 twice.
Could have sworn he had 20 in a game.
Max Scherzer with the 20 in 2016. Kerry Wood put together 20 strikeouts in May of 1998. Roger Clemens had his 2 20 strikeout games a decade apart. The first one in April of 1986. The second one in September of 1996. First pitch for Tristan Gray, misses low and inside, ball 1. Both times Clemens was with the Red Sox, too.
That just goes to show you how dominant he was for such a long period of time. And that's what, even with the performance-enhancing drug cloud surrounding him.
High fly ball to center field. Jaron Kendall going back. He's at the wall, and he makes a leaping grab. Scoring from third is Willie Berger, and advancing to third is Trevor Larnick. But how about Jaron Kendall in center field? Showing off incredible range all the way back at the center field fence and making an over-the-shoulder grab to keep the Falmouth Commodores from scoring multiple runs.
Well, forget Roger Clemens. Let's talk about this play by Jaron Kendall. You talked about the range. He covered a lot of ground there, running all the way back to the fence, trying to figure out, how close is he to the wall so he doesn't leap right into it, and then jumps, battling the light here. A lot of clouds up there. Tracking the ball well, though. That ball was hit a mile, and Kendall showing off the speed and the range, as well as the athletic ability to make that play in center.
First pitch for Caden Grenier misses low and outside. And the toughest part about that play for Jaron Kendall is he has no idea when he's going to hit the fence. I'm sure he has a semblance or an idea of where he's playing and how far it is back, but he's on a full-out sprint to catch that baseball. 1-0, cut on and missed. The count now even. And because he was tracking that ball all the way in, maybe his eyes were darting between the ball and the fence, but he has only split seconds to figure out how much space he has before he runs into the wire back there. 1-1 pitch misses. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Just a high baseball IQ combined with incredible athletic ability for Jaron Kendall. Plays an excellent defensive center fielder, even in the corners, as we've seen him play right and left at Vanderbilt and here in Cotuit.
2-1 offering, called for a strike, low and inside corner. Even on Cape Cod, what percentage of outfielders make that play? It has to be such a small percentage.
Even in the majors, you see guys miss that play, so incredible play there by Jaron Kendall out in the center field.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down in the top of the third as Falmouth leads 1-0. Swing and a miss. Connor Simmons gets some help from Jaron Kendall, and then fans Caden Grenier to end the third inning. 1 run for the Commodores in the frame. It comes on a pair of singles, no errors, 2 men left on. Falmouth gets the scoring started here at Lowell Park. They lead 1-0 after 2.5 innings. Keep it right here. You're locked in to Kettleers Baseball.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod, with 2 acute care hospitals and more than 450 physicians. For more information, please visit capecodhealth.org.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clam bake. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. To learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more, visit curry.edu.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Bottom of the third now at Lowell Park. Kettleers down 1-0. And Ryan Hagan is leading off for the Kettleers. 7, 8, and 9 due up for Cotuit here. No hits yet for the Kettleers. Trying to snap that here in the third. Grounder towards third. 1 hop for McLaughlin. He's up with it. On to first. And there's out number 1 in the bottom of the third. I'm Jason Doro alongside Aiden Doyle. And Aiden, we have to give you some more credit because Randy Johnson did pitch a 20 strikeout game.
I thought I was right. I mean, I could have sworn
You can never
Randy
trust
Johnson
Wikipedia. Our third grade teachers were right.
This is why our teachers tell us not to use it as a source. And then all the kids, moan, "Oh, it's right. Nobody edits." Who edits that?
breaking ball to start off Sosnara's at-bat and misses downstairs. Johnson, by the way, threw 11 innings in a win against the Cincinnati Reds, but he got the 20 strikeouts in the 9 innings, as this pitch is lifted into left field for Johnson, who squeezes it for out number 2.
That counts. That's good enough for me.
I'll give it to you. I'm definitely giving it to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So there are indeed now 4 pitchers who threw 20 strikeouts in an MLB game. Clemens did it twice. I knew one of them did it twice.
And then Tom Chaney, a pitcher for the Washington Senators in 1962, actually got 21 strikeouts in a single game. He, however, went 16 innings on the mound.
I could get 21 strikeouts if I threw 16 innings.
Okay, let's calm down with that talk.
Yeah, I would last 0 plus.
Corey Voss, the DH in now, 1-0 count. And he wanted nothing to do with that pitch, 1-1. I'm impressed, though, that if guys went 15, 16 innings, I guess rather surprised, not impressed, that the total actually isn't higher than 21. As great a feat as it is, guys are getting 20 nowadays in the 9 innings. There are probably some pitchers that were more dominant back in the early 20th century than the guys on the hill right now, just given the circumstances of the game.
Guys playing in the dead ball era, or the average ERA for a guy was like 2.2. You saw guys regularly getting it down into the low 1s.
3-2 count now for Corey Voss. Bases empty, 2 down in the bottom of the 3rd. Nolan Ryan is sprinkled all over this list, too, of pitchers with 18 strikeouts or more in a game. And Voss pops that one right back to the pitcher, Puckett, who makes the catch. And that'll do it for Cotuit in the 3rd. No hits yet for the Kettleers through 3 innings. They're down 1-0 against the Falmouth Commodores. We'll take a quick break from Lowell Park. And when we come back, Aiden Doyle will take over on play-by-play. You're listening to Kettleer Baseball.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clam bake.
By Margaret, Carl, and Brianne Hill of Centerville. The memory of Margaret's mother, Mary Ann Riley. Our uniforms are also sponsored
Yeah,
by
guys, we know that Jaron Kendall is on borrowed time with the Kettleers. He leaves Sunday to Los Angeles to meet up with the rest of Team USA, and then they head out to Taiwan to play in the summer-long festivities. But he's not the only Kendall that will be donning the red, white, and blue this summer. His brother Justin will be playing for the USHL, that's the United States Hockey League, under-18 team this summer. It was confirmed by a source close to Justin that he will in fact be on the team. The team has yet to announce it, but there you go. There you have it. But it's actually funny because Jaron and Justin used to play in a rink that they made growing up in Wisconsin, and obviously that's not breaking any news to any of the Midwestern viewers out here. A lot of players, hockey players, will grow up on self-made ice rinks, and Jaron was always the baseball kid, and Justin was always the hockey kid. And it was actually funny because I was talking to him, and Justin actually broke Jaron's front 2 teeth when they were in the 7th grade, so it wasn't the baby teeth. Obviously got it replaced, and he looks good right now. But with that said, Jaron always knew that he would be the baseball guy, but he's got a mean slap shot as well. Not as good as his brother Justin, but it'll be interesting to see which of the 2 parents will be watching who this summer. Obviously, you've got Jaron in Taiwan, and you've got Justin playing for the hockey team. So a fun time to be a Kendo and a fun time to be a Kendo watching Team USA Sports. Guys, back to you.
That's my fingers. Those I want back.
Now pitching for the Kettleers.
Welcome back to Lowell Park in Cotuit, Massachusetts, where the Falmouth Commodores lead the Cotuit Kettleers 1-0 as we move to the top of the 4th inning. It'll be number 9 hitter Matt McLaughlin coming in, at the plate for the Commodores. after Justin Hooper took over for Connor Simmons on the mound for the Kettleers. So Mike Roberts going to his bullpen once again. Hooper, a left-hander out of the University of California, Los Angeles, has a 1-1 count on McLaughlin after missing lone outside with the breaking ball.
And we found out last night that not only is Justin Hooper a huge Super Smash Bros. Fan, he is a huge fan of the purple controller blue Kirby combo when he plays the game.
McLaughlin grounds this one to short. Throw on to Balta in time for out number 1. An interesting guy, for sure. Talked about some of his tweets that he had. Talked about his brother, who he very casually said, oh, we dropped him off at Atlanta. For those of you listening, Justin Hooper's brother was a third-round draft pick by the Atlanta Falcons this past year as a tight end out of Stanford University. It's not like he's, some no-name player who got taken in the 7th round and maybe is going to be used on the practice squad. As Hooper fires a fastball in there for strike 1. Austin Hooper is a legitimate player. The scouting report on NFL.com views him as this kid should be a contributor and a 10-year starter in the league. That's excellent. That's unbelievable. Hooper,
it must run in the family. I mean, Austin Hooper's 6'4", 250 pounds, and Justin's 6'8", even though he said maybe he's losing a couple of inches from all the running he's been doing.
I wonder how many families can say, or how many guys, I'm 6'4", but I'm the little guy in the family.
Uh-huh.
So, 1-2 the count here on Merrill, who swings through the breaking ball from Hooper, and the Kettleers quickly have 2 down here in the top of the 4th.
And even though he's 6'4", 250 plus, he ran a 4.69 40-yard dash.
He also benched 225 pounds 19 times, so a good combination of speed and strength there from Austin Hooper.
33-inch vertical jump.
I think he has more
goodness.
athleticism in a thumb than either one of us do in our entire bodies. As Hooper fires a fastball into Bryce Johnson for strike number 1. Now, Bryce Johnson has a name that may resonate with some fans of the North Carolina Tar Heels or just fans of college basketball, as Hooper finds his own again and is ahead in the count 0-2. It's spelled a little differently, but Bryce Johnson, the same name as the University of North Carolina Tar Heels power forward, or former Tar Heels power forward Bryce Johnson, spells it with an I. As Johnson chops this one back, Hooper coming off the mound, Fields fires onto first at about 95 miles an hour for out number 3. And so the Falmouth Commodores go down in order 1, 2, 3. No runs on no hits, no errors. No men left on base. After 3.5, Falmouth 1, Cotuit 0.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
Back to the top of the order for the Kettleers as Alonzo Jones behind in the count 0-1. Skies this one in the air to left field. Bryce Johnson ranging to his left and has plenty of room to put it away for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 4th. I'm Aiden Doyle, joined alongside by Jason Doro, as well as our feature reporter. You heard him last half inning, John Perez, and our video team, Hallie Harris and Kevin Condoris. We got a good little squad up here in the press box at Lowell Park.
Quite a broadcast booth. A lot of winners up here.
As Jaron Kendall digs in, and he lines this one on a hop to short. Stop by Grenier, throw on to first in time for out number 2. And the Kettleers have 2 down.
Now, you didn't get the opportunity to finish off your Bryce Johnson thought, but he made the first out here in the bottom of the 4th.
I did not get to talk about Bryce Johnson as much as I was planning on, but yes, you are right on the fly out by Alonzo Jones. Bryce Johnson, power forward from UNC, one of the top players in college basketball this past season, as Pat Dorian takes ball 1 outside. Chad Ford, writer for ESPN, has him going 25th overall in tonight's NBA draft to the Clippers as Dorian grounds this one to first, fielded on a hop by Berger, and he takes it himself for the third alley. And well, that's pretty much it as far as Bryce Johnson. Just know that Bryce Johnson...
The baseball gods don't want to hear any more about Bryce Johnson,
no,
the basketball
they do not.
player.
Bryce Johnson, the basketball player, is different than Bryce Johnson, the left fielder tonight for the Falmouth Commodores. If there's one thing you can take away from tonight's broadcast, it's that they're 2 different people. That'll wrap it up for the 4th inning. After 4 full, Falmouth 1, Cotuit 0. You're locked in to Kettleers baseball.
Summer baseball's underway. People get ready for a brand new day. So grab your hat and grab your glove. We gotta cheer for the team we love. The ball's racing down the line. Come on, coach, give them a sign. The runner's waiting, he's ready to steal. The Kettleers are gonna seal the deal. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today. So dock your skiff and take a walk past the coop. It's 5 o'clock. Head on down to Lowell Park. We'll keep on playing till it gets dark. But first we've got a game to win. Give that pitch plenty of spin. Let's go, boys, let's get it done. We want to see a Cotuit home run.
Mike Gigliotti leading things off for the Falmouth Commodores here in the top of the 5th inning against Justin Hooper, the big, tall, lanky left-hander out of UCLA. Falmouth still on top 1-0 as Hooper fires a fastball which misses lone outside for ball 1. Gigliotti 1 for 2 on the night, doubled back in the 1st inning, and then flew out to left in the 3rd. And he takes the fastball again from Hooper outside, and he's heading the count 2 balls, no strikes.
Since it's NBA draft night, I have another name comparison for you. Mike Gigliotti, Tom Gugliotta. Not exactly the same.
As Hooper drills Gigliotti in the back, and he'll trot on down the first base, so the Commodores have their leadoff man aboard. Not exactly the same, but they're both unique, and so to have them that similar, it's a good comparison. I see where you're going there, Jason.
And Gugliotta was taken 6th overall back in 1992. You remember watching him play at all?
No.
That was probably before your day.
No, yeah, I'm a youngster.
Too.
That'll bring up Willie Berger, first baseman tonight for the Commodores, who is 1 for 1. He's reached base twice, walked in the 1st before singling in the 3rd, came around to score on the sac fly by Tristan Gray, and he takes strike 1 from Hooper here with a man aboard after Gigliotti was hit by a pitch. Hooper working from the stretch, looking into Susnara. Comes to a set now and fires over to first to check on Gigliotti. who gets back in time.
Well, Cotuit can probably consider themselves lucky that this is a 1-0 ball game, considering Falmouth has left 7 men aboard.
Hooper checks on Gigliotti again, who gets back in time. That is for sure. Cotuit's still looking for their first hit of the night, while Falmouth has 3. But you're right, they haven't capitalized on a lot of opportunities. They've left 2 men on, or they left 2 men on in the first, 3 in the second. They left the bases loaded. And then 2 men left on to the third, as Berger swings through the off-speed pitch from Hooper, and the count moves to 0-2.
And they've given up 4 walks, 3 of them bases on balls, 1 a hit by pitch, 1 error in the field. Just luckily for Cotuit, they've been spread out, kind of sparsed all around through the 4 innings we've played so far.
Hooper checks on Gigliotti again, who dives back safely. Big lead over there at first base for Gigliotti, especially with a left-hander on the mound against the right-handed hitting Berger. And the throw by Hooper, quick throw over there, diving stop by Balta for keep that from going to the wall.
I think one of the few disadvantages that Justin Hooper's size probably has is that it's hard to be deceptive when you're 6'8" and that lanky.
Well, the throw misses, or the fastball misses outside, and Sasnara throws down to first base to check on Gigliotti. Try the old the Molina brothers pickoff attempt there. Couldn't get it done though, as Gigliotti got back in time. It's really Jose and Benji and Yadier who made that famous. Yadier obviously still the starting catcher for the Cardinals. Jose and Benji have retired, as Hooper misses outside with a breaking ball. Count evens at 2-2. Remember the old ESPN line when there was a highlight of one of them. It was, "Name that Molina."
Mm-hmm.
And
turn that into a game.
Oh yeah.
Entertaining television.
Nothing like "Name that Molina." Here we can have "Name that Bryce Johnson," as Hooper blows a fastball right past Willie Berger for strike 3. And there's one down here in the top of the 5th. And the Civil War is back, as Trevor Larnick out of Oregon State comes to the plate, as Tim Sasnara, the catcher from the University of Oregon, is behind the dish. So you can really see the just completely different apparel they've got on. Larnick, we mentioned it in his first couple at-bats, those bright orange lined cleats. And then Sasnara with the classic Oregon yellow and green catching gear, as Hooper fires a fastball in over the plate for strike 1. Now I wonder if these guys, it's a friendly rivalry or just how serious they take it even when they're here on the Cape.
Well, it is called the Civil War.
That is true. And Hooper checks on Gigliotti over there at first. Lefty-lefty matchup here. I'm assuming anything really called the Civil War, there can't be too much friendliness between the two sides.
You know, I see conflicting reports here because it's called the Civil War, but they play for the Platypus Trophy, like you said earlier.
Platypi aren't very intimidating. I mean, they're really cool. If you ever get a chance to go see a platypus or something, I strongly recommend that you do it, but not a very intimidating trophy. As 1-1 the count on Larnick, as Hooper goes off speed but misses low and outside.
Oregon leads the all-time series, by the way, 63, 46, and 10, because football used to have ties all the time.
And Oregon really has been the premier program recently as far as football. Baseball, it's been a bit of a different story. Oregon, several years ago, had, I believe, back-to-back College World Series championships. I know they at least had one. I'm pretty sure they won back-to-back, though. 2-1 the count on Larnick as Hooper goes off speed again and falls behind 3-1. The Ducks, on the other hand, have only made one College World Series appearance in 1954. So more known for this, really known for their track and field, but recently men's golf won the national title this year. Oregon has been in a couple national title games the past few years.
So if we can trust Wikipedia, Oregon State had national titles in 2006 and 2007, and also made the College World Series in 2005. You're on top of your game tonight.
Wikipedia, not so much. They were right there, but couldn't even get the 20 strikeout guys as Hooper checks on Gigliotti again. 3-1 the count on Trevor Larnach, who's 1 for 2 tonight. Grounded out to short in his first at-bat and singled back in the third. Hooper kicks and fires a fastball, which misses inside, and the Commodores have 2 men aboard here. So Oregon really more known for their all-around athletic prowess, but Oregon State has a little bit more success on the baseball diamond. That'll bring up Matt Deuce, who is 0 for 0 tonight for the Falmouth Commodores. He has reached base twice, walked in the second, and was hit by a pitch in the third. Left-handed hitting catcher out of Dallas Baptist. Lefty-lefty matchup here against Hooper, who fires a breaking ball which catches the outside part of the plate for strike 1. Hooper looking into Susnara. Now steps off. Gets back on the rubber. And they'll go through the signs again. Left-hander comes to a set now. Kicks and delivers. Misses outside, and that one gets past Susnara, so Gigliotti will move on to third. Hooper not covering home plate. Gigliotti's going to come around, and the throw from Susnara not in time, so Gigliotti scores all the way from second base on the wild pitch by Justin Hooper, and Falmouth extends their lead to 2-0.
You have to give Gigliotti some credit for the hustle that he showed there, scoring from second, like you said, but at the same time, Justin Hooper should be closer to home so Tim Susnara doesn't bounce that one into him. They definitely felt the pressure as Gigliotti was coming home.
Well, you got to believe with Gigliotti only being on second base, you're taught normally with a runner on third, obviously cover home plate on the pass ball, but really with nobody covering home, you got to be aware. You showed how aware of Gigliotti's speed he was when he threw over to first base so many times, so you got to keep your head on a swivel there and make sure he's not rounding third as Hooper misses outside with the fastball, and the count moves to 2-1.
That was one of the rare pitches that got away from Susnara, too. He has blocked just about everything tonight.
So 2-1 the count on Matt Deuce. 1 down here in the top of the 5th as Trevor Larnach leads off of second base, and Tim Susnara will jog out the mound to have a chat with Justin Hooper.
Depending on how far Hooper can go in this ballgame, this could turn into a true bullpen night for Mike Roberts. Eddie Mole, closer out of George Washington, started the game, so maybe he knew that going into the contest. But we've already seen 3 different arms and yet to finish 5 innings.
Hooper, like you mentioned, the third pitcher of the night for the Kettleers. Behind in the count, 2-1 to Deuce. Hooper kicks and fires a fastball, and this one's skied in the air to left field. Moving towards the line is Quinn Brody, ranging back, and that'll get over his head. And Trevor Larnach will score from second base, and Matt Deuce into second, standing up with an RBI double. A little hard to see what happened there. Like you mentioned, Jason, earlier, our line of sight down that left field line's kind of blocked, but it is indeed a stand-up double for Matt Deuce, and Falmouth takes a 3-0 lead over the Kettleers here in the top of the 5th.
Given where Quinn Brody is playing, closer to left center field, he had no chance at getting to that baseball. Hit high over his head down the line. Great job by Deuce to go with that pitch on the outer half.
Kettleers played Deuce a bit shading towards right and right center, playing him to pull. That'll bring up Tristan Gray, tonight's designated hitter for the Commodores, out of Rice University in Houston, and he fouls the first pitch from Hooper down the third base line and out of play. Gray 0 for 1 tonight with a fielder's choice, a reach on the fielder's choice in the second, and then had a sacrifice fly in the third as Hooper steps off and checks on Deuce at second. Gray wears number 1 for these Falmouth Commodores, one of the few guys we've seen this season who wears number 1 as he swings through the breaking ball from Hooper, and he's quickly behind in the count 0-2.
Yeah, it's rather uncommon, actually, to see a guy wearing number 1. See a good mix.
It's even less common in the NBA now, with Derrick Rose having been traded to the New York Knicks, changing his number from 1 to 25. 0-2 the count as Hooper steps off again, and Deuce will retreat back to second base.
25, the number he wore at Simeon High School in Chicago. And apparently that was a form of tradition there. The best player, the star, would always wear 25 year in and year out.
To honor the late Benji Wilson, as Hooper goes to the breaking ball and misses inside, the count moves to 1-2. Benji Wilson was one of the top players in the country coming out of Simeon in the 80s and was killed on the street during his senior year of high school by a gang member. So it turned into this tradition to have the best player wear 25 as Hooper misses way outside, and it's snagged by Susnora, who reached way to his left, and the count evens at 2-2. The tradition has now stopped. No player at Simeon wears 25 anymore.
They retired it, yeah.
They did. So Rose now wearing it as a tribute as he tries to get his career back on track in the Big Apple. 2-2 the count as Hooper goes fastball but misses low and outside, and the count is full to Tristan Gray.
And Simeon, a true powerhouse in Chicago high school basketball, which, as you can imagine, is uber competitive. Jabari Parker came from there. Kendrick Nunn. I think DJ Williams, who plays at Illinois now, did as well.
Well, Hooper misses outside with the off-speed pitch, and Gray will reach base for the second time tonight with a walk. So Falmouth with runners on first and second as number 8 hitter Caden Grenier comes to the plate with one down here in the top of the fifth. Grenier, the right-handed hitting shortstop out of Oregon State, so another Civil War battle. 2 Oregon State Beavers in the starting lineup for the Commodores tonight, as Hooper fires an off-speed pitch on the inside part of the plate for strike one. A lot of Pac-12 guys in this lineup.
Yeah, so many of these guys are package deals, too. Not like they have to be together, but coaches have connections with certain coaches out here on Cape Cod, and they'll send multiple players to the same team. Maybe bunk up together, same host family, something like that.
0-1 the count as Hooper misses in the dirt with a fastball. Count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. Just in the starting lineups tonight, 6 guys from the Pac-12. 4 on Falmouth and 4 on Cotuit and 2 on Falmouth. And actually, when you include Hooper on the mound right now, you have 7. As he fires an off-speed pitch over the inner half of the plate and moves ahead in the count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And Jackson Klein isn't even in the lineup tonight.
So, Pac-12 certainly making its presence known here in this battle between the Kettleers and the Commodores, as well as it is throughout most of the matchups here on the Cape League, one of the premier conferences for baseball in the country. As Hooper kicks and fires an off-speed pitch, which misses low and outside, count evens at 2-2. So 2-2 the count to Grenier, who wears number 2. He's 0 for 2 on the night. Reached second on the error by Hagen back in the second and struck out swinging in the third. Hooper comes to a set now with runners on first and second, and he steps off as Deuce retreats back to the bag at second. Number 9 hitter Matt McLaughlin waits on deck. 1 down here in the top of the fifth as Hooper kicks and fires a breaking ball in there for strike 3, and Grenier goes down looking for the second strikeout of the inning.
Backdoor breaking ball. I don't think Grenier liked it very much. Thought that pitch was off the plate. Some nasty break from Hooper, though. Snaps it into the zone at the last second. That's a huge out.
Well, Falmouth moves from the Pac-12 to the Big 12 here as Matt McLaughlin, third baseman out of the University of Kansas, steps to the plate. Right-handed hitter, 0 for 1 on the night, reached base on a walk, and he takes the fastball from Hooper high for ball 1.
McLaughlin was on the Big 12 All-Freshman team in 2015, as well as the All-Big 12 Honorable Mention squad.
originally from San Jose, California, decided to attend school in Lawrence to be part of that Jayhawks baseball team. Interesting choice of location there, going from sunny Northern California, well, most of the time sunny, all the way to the Midwest.
Well, his brother Tim played football at Colorado, and a couple of his cousins played baseball at the University of Washington.
2-0 the count on McLaughlin. Hooper kicks and fires, and this one's chopped towards short. Fielded on a hop by Agan, and he takes the short out to second. So the side is retired, but the Commodores get 2 runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base after 4.5. Falmouth 3, Cotuit nothing. You're locked in the Kettleers baseball.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th-generation member of the business and 12th-generation Cape Codder.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development. Online at curry.edu.
Back here at Lowell Park in Cotuit for the bottom of the 5th inning, where Falmouth holds a 3-0 lead over the Kettleers. A.J. Balta steps to the plate, and he takes ball 1 high from Brady Puckett. We're joined in the booth now by right-handed pitcher Matt Rupenthal out of Vanderbilt University. Yesterday's starter for the Kettleers as A.J. Balta fouls this one back. Matt, thanks for stepping into the booth.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
So, anything to take away from your first start yesterday for the Kettleers? I know it's your second appearance, but first time getting the start for Cotuit.
Yeah, no, it was a role change for me as I came out of the bullpen all year at school. Had a lot of fun with it, and excited for my next opportunity out there.
Now, you list your favorite baseball player as Justin Verlander. Obviously, being a native of Michigan, as Balta chases that one high to even the count at 2-2. What about Verlander's repertoire, is the way he carries himself on the mound, do you like the most and try and model your own pitching style after?
I think I put that down, more based on just what I got to see him do when I was, kind of growing up and falling in love with baseball. And even in, 2006 when he was only in the league for a couple of years, Tigers made it to the World Series, and the guy would go out there every time he'd pitch. Everyone in Detroit kind of felt like he had a chance, to throw a no-hitter that even I think it's kind of like a modern day, for everyone listening, to modern day Jake Arrieta for the most part. He was just untouchable and just absolute electricity on the mound every time he'd go out there for probably about a 3 or 4 year span. It was just awesome to watch.
Balta swings at the off-speed pitch from Puckett down in the zone and gets nothing for strike 3. So that'll bring up Quinn Brody, 0 for 1 on the night with a ground out to second. Now, obviously, coming from Michigan, a little bit of a change of scenery, going down to Nashville and now up to Cape Cod here in Massachusetts. You've been changing sceneries a lot. Which one's a favorite, and what do you have to say about Cape Cod so far?
I really enjoy the city of Nashville. It's growing. It seems like daily. Everywhere you look, there's a new apartment structure or parking garage being built. I heard something like there was like 40 cranes or something like that in the city of Nashville right now. So it's growing like crazy. And then to be honest with you, where I'm from in Michigan, it's pretty similar to the Cape, so that's not totally different. Obviously the ocean, but where I'm from, obviously there's a good amount of fresh water. So, but it's been fun.
Brody takes the ball outside from Puckett to even the count at 2-2, and now takes the off-speed pitch outside. The count runs full. Now, pitching for Vanderbilt, obviously you guys didn't make it as far as you probably would have hoped, losing your regional down in Nashville. But was there a certain... What did you learn the most from your freshman year, I believe, at Vanderbilt?
I'm a sophomore now, but my freshman year, I was incredibly fortunate to be around just a lot of top-notch guys on and off the field. From Dansby to Carson and Walker, and I just got to go to the field every day and pick their brain, and they were so gracious with me and teaching me just a ton of stuff. Like I said, on and off the field, and just really fortunate to just to see them go in and do their thing day in and day out. And then in terms of actually pitching my sophomore year, I just learned so much. I'll wait for this play. Great hit by Janista there.
He ripped one down the line, and he's reaches second, sliding in for a double as Brody moves to second. So the Kettleers have their first hit of the night.
Yep.
I know Ross Ochter back here told me to say something about Falmouth no hitting Cotuit, and
it's good stuff.
To try and jinx it for the Kettleers.
But yeah, like I was saying, I just felt pretty blessed to have the opportunity to go out there and help my team this year. So it's just a lot of fun.
Now you mentioned all the pitchers that you played with when you were a freshman: Walker Buehler, Carson Fulmer, some other guys who've come out of Vanderbilt, David Price, current starter for the Red Sox, and then Sonny Gray for the Athletics. What do you think you have to work on the most? What's the one area of pitching or throwing that you want to improve on the most in order to become that next guy coming out of Vanderbilt?
I think it just comes down to commanding all your pitches and getting ahead of batters. And I came into a lot of hot situations this past year, and I threw a lot of off-speed pitches trying to strike people out. And I know if I'm gonna start, I need to command the fastball down in the zone and be able to get ahead with the fastball more often. And then when it comes time for it, throw that curveball. But I just think becoming more polished as a pitcher, and that's a good. Is that down?
Gigliotti comes in and makes the play. So Hagan flies out for the second out of the inning, but the Kettleers still have two runners in scoring position.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, just commanding all the pitches, throwing them for strikes. So.
Well, you mentioned the fastball and the curveball there, and you've shown them off. Both looked incredibly fast and incredibly tight at points in your outings. Coach Roberts, though, is known for developing changeups. How's your changeup coming along?
Well, I'm definitely taking what he has said about the changeup. I mean, I absolutely believe everything that he has to say about it and believe in the pitch 100%. I just I didn't necessarily throw it this spring, but it's a pitch I'm working with every day and playing catch with, trying to add it into my repertoire. So.
Now you list your favorite actor as Bradley Cooper. Do you have a favorite Bradley Cooper movie?
Yeah. What's the one he just did? What's it called? I don't know why I'm blanking on the name of it.
I'm blanking on it too. So.
Well, it's an American Sniper. I mean, that's an incredible cinematic experience without a doubt. Yeah. No, that's an incredible movie. Really enjoyed that.
As Puckett comes to a set, kicks and fires, breaking ball low in the dirt, and the count evens at 1-1 to Tim Susnora. So obviously here on the Cape, yesterday was an off day, or excuse me, 2 days ago was an off day. You had some free time Have you enjoyed getting out of Cotuit a little bit, going to explore the Cape?
Yeah, I actually, I got to go to the beach with basically a bunch of that hurt. A bunch of my Vanderbilt teammates and a couple Cotuit guys as well. I couldn't tell you the name of the beach. I don't remember the name of the beach, but it was a lot of fun. Really nice weather, and so pleasantly surprised because I was in Newport last summer, and these beaches are just way nicer than the Newport beaches. So it's been nice to see that.
Anything else here on the Cape you want to go explore? Anything specific you want to see or do? Maybe even go up to Fenway. I know you guys have a workout day.
I'm certainly hoping to get up to Fenway. I've never been there, so I'm looking forward to that. Also, certainly looking forward to going fishing. Hopefully I can find someone to take me or something like that, but definitely would like to fish up here.
Both saltwater and freshwater fishing available here on the Vanderbilt page. Every athlete has to list their favorite late night snack, and you go with a classic: peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Mm-hmm. Who makes your favorite PB&J sandwich?
Oh, absolutely my mom. My mom makes a great PB&J. She just knows exactly how I like it, I suppose. She's been doing it for years, and she's become a pro. So.
Well, Susnora swings through the fastball there from Puckett, and the Kettleers leave 2 men aboard. Here in the bottom of 5th inning, after 5 full, Falmouth still on top 3-0. That was Matt Rupenthal, yesterday's starter for the Kettleers, who joined us in the booth. Thanks for joining us, Matt.
Yep, thanks for having me.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th-generation member of the business and 12th-generation Cape Codder.
As we move to the top of the 6th inning here at Lowell Park, the Commodores hold a 3-0 lead over the Kettleers, and it's back to the top of the order for Falmouth with Kevin Merrill, left-handed hitting second baseman, and he fouls this one away over the third base line. Justin Hooper still on the mound for Cotuit, and we're joined in the booth now by another Kettleers pitcher, Ross Achter, out of the University of Toledo. Ross, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Now, you've pitched a few more times since appearing here in the booth for the first time. Any more takeaways from your experience here pitching for the Kettleers so far?
Obviously it's a great league. Fortunately for myself, I'm getting a lot more comfortable out there on the mound, so I'm able to compete with every hitter out there, and that's a great feeling coming out to a prestigious league like this and knowing you can get some guys out.
As Hooper misses inside, so the count runs to 2-1 on Merrill. Now you've worked both out of the bullpen and starting in your career. You are listed as a probable starter for, I believe, Saturday
or Sunday.
It's either one of the weekend games.
It depends who comes in the bullpen next, honestly.
So what are you doing mentally and physically to prepare for that start coming this weekend?
Nothing different. Nothing different. Just it's a different mindset when you're out there. You just have to attack from the first inning, and that's something that I learned to do this year back at school, from going from the bullpen to starting. And once I started to do that from the beginning of the game, I was able to go deep into a lot of games.
Now, originally from Oregon, Ohio, you are a member of the grounds crew for the Toledo Mud Hens for the past 6 seasons.
I am, or I was.
How have you, or what? How have you, or how did you enjoy that, and how did you even get that job?
So my freshman year of high school, going into summer, one of my cousins used to work there actually, and a lot of his friends, they were graduating high school, going off to college, so they needed some more workers there for the upcoming season, and he just asked me if I wanted to do it, and ever since then I was stuck there, so it was awesome.
As Merrill reaches first on the leadoff walk, and Bryce Johnson shows bunt, but bunts it foul. Now, how was it? Was it hard work? Was it tedious, or was it just a day at the baseball field?
Every day is different. It just would depend on the weather, like you'd expect. But it was a lot of hard work, a lot of hours. But it was great to be around baseball all summer. So got to enjoy the presence of a lot of good major leaguers down there.
As Bryce Johnson swings through the off-speed pitch from Hooper, and Hooper's heading the count 0-2. Now, you have some athletic family members. Your cousin, A.J. Octor, is a pitcher in the Angels organization. Your sister played basketball at Bowling Green for 4 years.
Yep.
And is now the associate head women's coach at Xavier. So, why didn't you go basketball like your sister? I mean, you are 6'4", so it's not like height's an issue.
Definitely had a further career in baseball. I mean, I did enjoy basketball a lot, as well as football, but I saw myself playing baseball further down the road, so that was an easy decision for me.
Well, another guy who had to choose between 2 sports in high school was LeBron James, who played both basketball and football, was all-state in both, obviously in basketball, but was also an all-state receiver at St. Vincent St. Mary. And I know, coming from Ohio, you are a big Cleveland Cavaliers fan, so
yeah.
How does it feel for the Cavaliers to having won their first championship?
It was awesome. A lot of my friends yesterday, actually, they were snapping me all day long of the parade, and I was extremely jealous of them, wishing I was there. But to get that first one for 50-something years, that's awesome feeling.
Now, if you were to play LeBron one-on-one, what's your strategy?
My strategy would be to try and foul him so he couldn't get any shots off defensively. And offensively, I'm not sure I would be able to score, honestly. But I'd give it a go.
As Johnson chops one to third, short hop, picked up by Dorian and on to first for the second out of the inning. Nice play by Pat Dorian over there at third. Now, do you think you could strike him out?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Without a doubt.
I don't think there's any. I mean, he is 6'8". He's got those long arms.
Big strike zone.
Yeah, exactly.
Very
That's a big strike zone, and sometimes you see guys like Aaron Judge comes to mind, as this one's bunted right back to Hooper, and he underhands the first for the third out of the inning. Big strike zone, and sometimes big holes in their swing. So that's Ross Octor, the #1 Cleveland Cavaliers fan on this Kettleers team, and also one of the best pitchers. He was the original stud of the day. And we're looking for more studs. So stay tuned to my Twitter account for studs of the game after every Kettleers game. Ross, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And best of luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball,
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
Leading things off for the Kettleers in the bottom of the 6th inning, it's Corey Voss out of the University of Arizona after wrapping up his season at McLennan Junior College in Texas this past season. Right-handed hitting designated hitter tonight for Cotuit. Popped out to the pitcher in his first at-bat, and he swings through the off-speed pitch from Puckett there for strike one. Jason Doro is back in the booth now after taking an inning break after Matt Rupenthal and Ross Ochter came into the booth to talk about their experiences so far on the Cape and a little bit of strategy against guarding LeBron James.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Those guys, I'm sure, are a lot more fun to talk to than I am.
Hey, we had a great discussion about Seawolves yesterday. So
That is true.
there's nothing more entertaining than a good Seawolf discussion as Voss grounds this one to short, fielded on a hop by Grenier, and the throw on to first in time for the first out of the inning. And the Kettleers have one down here as they move to the top of the order, and it's Alonzo Jones coming to the dish. He's 0 for 2 tonight, but had arguably the best defensive play we've seen this year by the Kettleers in the field, but they've actually shown a pretty good showing on defense all night tonight.
Kettleers have been solid all around. Last two ball games here at Lowell Park. Maybe just have to stick them in their environment, and then they all become vacuums out in the field.
And Jones pops this one in the air. This one's drifting out towards left. Bryce Johnson underneath it and puts it away for the second out of the inning.
What was impressive about Jones' play is not only the range, moving to basically right behind second base to field a ground ball, but then having the awareness and the hand-eye coordination to flip the ball behind his back to Ryan Hagan, who is covering second base.
The timing, too. I mean, you're running to his right and then have to make an accurate flip with his right hand going around the back, and that'll bring up Jaron Kendall here with 2 down. And Kendall takes a fastball low in the dirt for ball 1.
And so there's balance, coordination all involved there.
A lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things going on there. As Kendall takes ball 2, fastball again, misses inside. And the center fielders quickly ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes.
Talk about great defensive play and overall athleticism. How about Jaron Kendall's play in center early in this ball game?
That is very true as he flies this one down the left field line, but that'll get out of play, and the count moves to 2-1. Puckett working from the stretch, kicks and fires, and this one's fouled in the air down the third base line and into the Kettleers bleachers, where it is dropped by a man, and a kid picks it up for a souvenir. So
that's the way it should be.
Exactly. Kids should always get the foul balls. 2-2 the count on Kendall. And he does the exact same thing. This one getting over the bleachers, though, over by the snack shack and out of play. So Kendall stays alive, and there are 2s across the old board out there in left center. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs to Jaron Kendall, who takes ball 3 low as Puckett missed with the breaking ball, and the count runs full. Puckett, a right-handed pitcher, kicks and delivers, and Kendall fouls it off again, does a great job of staying alive here against Puckett, and the count remains full.
You mentioned the defense really taking a step up today and yesterday. The offense, however, tonight definitely needs some improvement. Just 1 hit so far, the double they got last frame.
As Kendall skies this one in the air to center field, Gigliotti drifting to his right, camps underneath it and puts it away for out number 3. So the Kettleers go down in order. 1, 2, 3. No runs on no hits, no errors, and no men left on base. After 6 full, Falmouth 3, Cotuit nothing. You're listening to Kettleers Baseball.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th-generation member of the business and 12th-generation Cape Codder.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016. Cotuit sends another new arm to the mound in the top of the 7th, and it's a guy who pitched just a day ago. Aaron Mayer, the lefty out of East Tennessee State, takes the mound here. He faced 2 batters yesterday in the 7-2 loss against Harwich, gave up a single and a double, and then Mike Roberts went to the bullpen again before the Kettleers fell. Mayer is facing Willie Berger here to start off the 7th. 4, 5, and 6 due up in the Falmouth order. After that short outing yesterday for Mayer, his ERA took a hit, hopping up to 6.23. It was his 3rd appearance of the season. He's totaled 4 1/3 innings on the bump, giving up 3 hits, 3 runs, 3 walks, and fanning a pair. 1-1 offering for Berger. Breaking ball, poked into right field. Giving chase is Genesta, and this one is down. It rolls all the way to the wall, and digging for 2 is Berger. He's in with a stand-up double, his 2nd hit of the day.
Just a great piece of hitting there by Willie Berger. Fastball from Mayer. Going the other way with it was right-handed hitting first baseman. Seemed like Genesta might be able to get there in time, but that one got over his head and rolled all the way to the wall, so Berger took it for extra bases. And now the Commodores have a runner in scoring position to lead off the 7th.
Falmouth up 3-0, and Trevor Larnick steps in. First pitch for Larnick, hit on the ground towards Jones at second, takes a weird hop, and bounces into right field. They're sending Berger home, and he'll score easily on the error by the second baseman.
Well, that one was certainly a weird hop. He did his job, got right in front of it. It just kind of kicked up and off of his left shoulder area and then caromed into right field. So that'll go as an error on Alonzo Jones, the Kettleers' 2nd error of the night. But just a bad hop there for Alonzo Jones.
Tough luck for the Kettleers here in the 7th. Matt Deuce at the plate now. He's ahead of the breaking ball from Mayer.
Mayer did his job by forcing the ground ball there. It wasn't exactly hit incredibly hard. It just took, like I mentioned, the weird hop on Jones, and that allowed the run to come in and score.
Mayer a throw over to first, and diving back in is Larnick. Deuce has walked a couple of times today, hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance, or in his second plate appearance, excuse me. Drew a base on balls in his first, and then had an RBI double in the next, and he'll reach again here with a single into right. Three men have come to the plate in the 7th. 3 men have reached, and Mike Roberts has decided it will be another short outing for Aaron Mayer. He makes a call to the bullpen here in the 7th. We'll take a break as Cotuit brings in a new arm, and we'll come back with the rest of this frame. Kettleers down 4-0 at Lowell Park.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod, with 2 acute care hospitals and more than 450 physicians. For more information, please visit capecodhealth.org.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clamping. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. To learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more, visit curry.edu.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com. Welcome back to Cotuit. The score 4-0 in the top of the 7th, and Aaron Mayer's second pitching appearance in 2 days did not end well. He faces 3 guys, gives up a double and a single, and he also allows Trevor Larnick to reach on an error, so not his fault there. Just a tough hop for Alonzo Jones at second base. Nonetheless, 3 guys come to the plate, they all reach, and that's it for Aaron Mayer. Josh Robertson will come in here now and try to hedge the scoring for Falmouth. Robertson going to talk with Tim Susnara before he throws his first pitch of the evening. Robertson out of UNC Wilmington has a perfect ERA with the Kettleers so far. 2 appearances, 3 innings pitched. Given up just 2 hits and 1 walk. Has 4 strikeouts to go with it.
And we've talked about him. Not the biggest or most imposing guy out there on the mound, but throws hard.
Tristan Gray, the batter. He looks at a breaking ball that misses inside for ball 1.
He's only listed at 174 pounds. He is 6'3", but we've seen him sit in the low to mid 90s there with the fastball, and even that breaking ball coming in at 77 miles an hour. So he does throw hard.
This pitch skied down the left field line and out of play, moving the count to 1-1. Gray is 0 for 1. Grounded out in the 2nd with the bases loaded. Had a sacrifice fly in the 3rd, and then walked in the 5th. The runner on 2nd is Trevor Larnick. He's the one that reached on the air. Matt Deuce is at 1st after a single to right. 1-1 misses upstairs. 2 balls, 1 strike. Cotuit is in the middle of a stretch of 5 games in 5 days. They have Hyannis tomorrow on the road, 6 p.m. first pitch. And then they'll come back here to Lowell Park on Saturday to take on the YD Red Sox. That game, of course, starts at 5. And then they'll see these Falmouth Commodores again on Sunday on the road, 5:30 p.m. first pitch for that one. Three-one count for Gray, the first hitter tonight that Josh Robertson faces. Swing and a miss. Count runs full. It's been a busy start to the Cape League season. Most teams got rained out on June 11th. And because of that rain out, the Kettleers and most of the league ended up playing 9 games in 9 days. Gray jammed, and he sends the ball out of play down the left field line again. Once these teams get into July, especially the mid to later portion of the month, they get more frequent off days. They also have the Fenway Workout Day on July 7th. And the All-Star Game on the 23rd, which will be out at Chatham this year. High fly ball to left center field. Jaron Kendall on the run. He can't get to it. Taking up at second was Larnick. They're sending him around third all the way home. He scores. Holding up at third is Deuce. Gray is in at second with an RBI double. And the Commodores extend their lead to 5-4.
Well, we've seen how much ground Jaron Kendall can cover out there in center field. That ball ranging and drifting away from him. We thought, hey, maybe that one, or maybe he can chase it down and just prove us wrong again. Just a bit short, couldn't get there in time. But the speed of range and athleticism and speed, he made that play a lot closer than most center fielders would.
Mm-hmm. The run should be unearned for Aaron Mayer since Larnick reached on an error. But Matt Deuce, who stands on third, would still potentially be an earned run for Mayer, who exited after facing 3 guys. Caden Grenier at the plate. He's 0 for 3, reached on an error in the second and then struck out twice. 0-1 misses high and inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Roberts has brought the infield in again. Dorian at third, Hagen at short, Jones at second, Balta at first. Outfield playing rather deep right now. 1-1 delivery, pops out of the glove of Susnara, but he hops back under it.
Robertson having a bit of trouble finding the zone right now. 2 balls on this batter. Worked a full count to Gray, so he's thrown pretty good amount of pitches here in his appearance after relieving Mayer and having trouble finding the strike zone.
2-1 offering, misses low and outside. We'll see if Grenier was able to hold up. He did. 3 balls, 1 strike with Matt McLaughlin waiting on deck. Falmouth with a win tonight would move to 500. They're currently 5-6 on the season. Cotuit down at 1-10. 3-1 pitch, breaking ball, 78 miles per hour on the gun, and it misses, which loads the bases for Falmouth.
Well, that one just missed. You can see Robertson looking in at the home plate umpire there, thinking, "Are you gonna call it a strike now?" Or I'm waiting out here, but he does so to no avail, and it is indeed a walk to load the bases. But that one, from up here, it looked pretty good to me. I thought that was over the inner part of the plate, but I have been known to be wrong.
McLaughlin in. Still nobody out in the 7th. First pitch called for a strike at the knees, 91 miles per hour. McLaughlin is 0 for 2, a walk in his first at-bat. Grounded out the next 2 times he came to the plate. Lets the 0-1 go over for a strike. No balls, 2 strikes.
See, there he's doing a good job commanding the fastball to set up the breaking ball. Now he has a whole lot of options with an 0-2 count. Wouldn't be surprised if I could see him go back to the breaking ball.
Robertson's 0-2 comes inside and he plunks him. The one pitch he didn't want to deliver, up 0-2. And Matt Deuce crosses home as Robertson walks in a run to make it 6-0.
Well, it was indeed a breaking ball, but just left it inside a bit and drilled him in the shoulder. So now a run comes in, still nobody out, and the bases are still loaded.
Our media team has informed us that Cal Stevenson might be warming up in the Kettleer bullpen here. Tag team of Kevin Commodores and John Perez relaying that information. Top of the order is up again for Falmouth. Kevin Merrill at the plate.
Well, Roberts has used so many bullpen arms, doesn't want to continue using a scheduled pitcher, so makes sense. This is one of those situations where a major league team might throw in a position player. They have an entire Twitter account dedicated to when position players are pitching, so maybe I'll have to tweet at them, be like, hey, Cal Stevenson coming in.
Well, it's something fans love to see. Merrill staring down a 2-1 count after that fastball finds the zone. Because those position players can be oddly successful. Of course, baseball a game where the hitters are just looking to go 1 for 3 in any given contest, but because of the change of pace that a position player might provide on the mound, can wreak havoc on the mind of these guys who are used to seeing 90-mile-per-hour fastballs.
Well, we've seen it before. Matt Bush, who was taken with the first overall pick in the 2004 draft by the Padres, came out of high school as a shortstop, then ran into some legal issues and was in jail actually for a while and just started to make a comeback this year with the Texas Rangers as a pitcher, though. And he sits in the mid-90s with his fastball. So he's reached the major leagues 12 years after being the number 1 pick in the draft at a completely different position than what he was drafted at. So it is possible, but not the most common thing you see.
Wow. That's something else.
And so far this season, he's 2-0 with a 1.26. So he's not only pitching,
good numbers,
but doing so effectively.
Merrill has worked it to a full count. Gray is on third, Grenier on second, McLaughlin on first. Falmouth milking a 6-0 lead. Payoff pitch. Misses high and outside. Robertson walks in another run. And it's now 7-0 Commodores.
Well, 3-2 pitch there. Don't want to throw a breaking ball downstairs, and the off chance it gets past Susnara, and then Ron could score on the wild pitch with a pass ball. So go back to the fastball. It's just, once again, Robertson having trouble with his command and misses high and outside there to Merrill.
To recap this inning, Aaron Mayer started off this frame on the bump for Cotuit, replacing Justin Hooper. He gave up a double. Then Trevor Larnick reached on an error. Matt Deuce singled. That's when Josh Robertson came in. He delivers an off-speed pitch that misses outside to Bryce Johnson to start off this at-bat. After that, Robertson gave up a double. That brought home Willie Berger. And since then, Robertson has walked 3 guys in a row. 1 on a hit by pitch, 2 on bases on balls. Johnson pokes one out of play. Johnson is 0 for 4. 2 groundouts to third base, 1 back to the pitcher, and a rope to the left fielder, Quinn Brody. Robertson ready, the 1-1. Misses high and outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Somebody had to snap a losing streak tonight, Aiden. Kettleers on a 6-game skid. Falmouth on a 5-game losing streak after starting the season 5-1.
Somebody had to do it, and right now it's looking like Falmouth.
Grounder towards first, and it gets past Balta. Grenier will score. They're sending around McLaughlin as well. Throwing to second, trying to get the runner. And they get Johnson, trying to stretch a single into a double. Still, he has the base knock that was good for 2 RBIs to make this game 9-0.
Well, Balta playing a bit off the bag there. Even though Johnson, a switch hitter, batting left against a right-handed throwing Robertson. Or if they're right down the line and a diving Balta couldn't get there. Wasn't hit hard, so Johnson thought he could get into second, stretching, but a strong throw from Genesta out there on right. And Genesta throws him out at second for the first out of the inning.
Mike Gigliotti stands in. Looks at a first pitch fastball that misses off the plate. Kevin Merrill, the runner on third. Falmouth already has 6 runs in this frame. The first 6 guys that came to the plate in the inning have all crossed home plate. 0-1. Bounce towards third. Takes a weird hop and skips off of Patrick Dorian. Scoring from third is Merrill. No throw even down to second to try to get Gigliotti, who will probably reach on what was an error by Dorian at third.
Well, it almost looked like that one, it was chopped towards him, towards the line. Dorian had to dive towards the third base bag, and it almost looked like it bounced. From here, it looked like it bounced off his face, but he doesn't seem to be grabbing at his face, almost towards his side, abdomen, rib cage area. So it went right off of him, and he looked to be in a little bit of discomfort there. But either way, a run does score. Good effort by Dorian, just, it won't go as an error. Never got a glove on it. So a hit there for Mike Gigliotti.
Falmouth has batted around. Willie Berger, who started this frame, is at the plate again. Doubled in his first time up this inning. Gigliotti on second. 1-0 pitch to Berger. And Robertson nails him too.
Once again, continues to have trouble finding the zone. That's the second batter who's hit this inning with a breaking ball high and inside. That's a pitch you got to bury low in the zone. You can't leave a breaking ball up like that. I know he's still just trying to throw it for a strike and not put a batter away, but he's clearly having trouble throwing it for a strike, so you got to live with a fastball there.
And the weird thing is Josh Robertson was near perfect coming into this game. Small sample size, had only thrown 3 innings, 2 appearances, but no runs, just 2 hits. In general, finding the zone.
But most of the guys have small sample sizes. I mean, we're not even into July yet, so it's not like we played 11 games total, and he wasn't here for all of them. Most of the players weren't here for all of them. So I don't think you can really hold a small sample size against him. He's just having trouble tonight finding the zone. And there, it's a 1-1 count now. Found the zone of the fastball, goes off speed and misses high and outside. Fastball is the pitch he's commanding the best. The breaking ball is really missing high and outside.
There's the off-speed stuff in the zone this time, 1-2 count.
But even that one was up in the zone. I mean, yes, it was a strike.
It was a pitch that Larnach could have turned on.
Yes. That's a pitch you got to keep low. And Robertson having trouble doing so tonight. If I'm him, I'm going to fastball the entire time. Even that breaking ball there, though, I know it went for a ball, but it's still better because it keeps it low.
Mm-hmm. Good pitch with a 1-2 count.
Exactly. You can put someone away on that. Larnach just does a good job laying off it. That's the best breaking ball, he's thrown this inning.
Larnach has reached 3 times. A single, a walk, and then he got aboard after the Alonzo Jones error earlier this inning. And there he buries the breaking ball. Josh Robertson with a great pitch to record out number 2.
Well, take away what I just said about the previous breaking ball. That's the best breaking ball he's thrown this inning. 82 miles an hour, a tight break on it, buries it in the dirt, low in the zone with a 2-2 count. Larnach can't lay off it, and there's strike 3. That's where you got to put those breaking balls. And that's a prime example of where and why. It's just he had trouble doing that before. If he can continue to throw it there, he's going to be much more successful.
Now we see Matt Deuce, and he sees a breaking ball in the dirt for ball 1.
And another thing to remember is Coach Roberts has said this several times, that he's allowing these catchers who typically have coaches call their games in college, they're calling their own games here in the Cape League. So Tim Sosnower behind the plate has never really worked with Robertson before coming to the Cape League this summer. Still trying to establish that chemistry. He's not sure of what Robertson, what's causing maybe some of the control issues, what's going his way, what pitch he wants to go to here. So even though, yes, we played 11 games and maybe some of the chemistry has been established already, there is still part of it that hasn't.
This pitch hit deep to center field. Jaron Kendall going back on the run, can't make the grab. Coming home is Mike Gigliotti. Down to third goes Willie Berger. It's another double to deep center field, this time off the bat of Matt Deuce. Falmouth goes up 11-0 in the seventh.
Well, that was an absolute rocket by Matt Deuce out towards right center field. We've talked so much about Kendall's range and athleticism. Even he couldn't get to that one. That one was over his head and basically landed right at the base of the wall. Went for extra bases and allowed Gigliotti to score from second base. Berger, not with great speed, had to be held at third. And Deuce has himself his second double of the night.
10 hits for the Commodores. One more run than hit. Cotuit still with just one hit on the board. Yet to cross a run. Tristan Gray at the plate. Falmouth has done more than bat around here. 13th hitter of the inning at the plate. 0-1 is high and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And I understand trying to mix speeds and mix pitches. We've talked about that a lot. But see the first pitch of this at-bat, Robertson fastball in at the knees for strike 1. Great pitch. Goes off speed there and misses away high and outside.
What does he do at the 1-1? High fastball, hit high to center field. Jaron Kendall has a beat on this one, and he has room to make the grab. That does it for Falmouth in the seventh. A huge inning. The Commodores really busted open with 8 runs. They now lead 11-0 as we stretch in Cotuit. We'll take a quick break. You're locked in to Kettleer Baseball.
Summer baseball's underway. People get ready for a brand new day. So grab your hat and grab your glove. We gotta cheer for the team we love. The ball's racing down the line. Come on, coach, give them a sign. The runner's waiting, he's ready to steal. The Kettleers are gonna seal the deal. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today. So dock your skiff and take a walk past the coop. It's 5 o'clock. Head on down to Lowell Park. We'll keep on playing till it gets dark. But first we've got a game to win. Give that pitch plenty of spin. Let's go, boys, let's get it done. We want to see a Cotuit home run. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today.
The Falmouth Commodores explode in the top of the seventh for 8 runs on 6 hits and 1 error. They do leave 2 men aboard, but it really doesn't matter at this point. Commodores up 11-0 as we hit the bottom of the 7th at Lowell Park. Kettleers will try to claw back here. 3, 4, and 5 due up. It's Pat Dorian, A.J. Balta, and Quinn Brody due up. Dorian is 0 for 2. A pair of groundouts to the right side. He's facing a new pitcher in Justin Hoyt, and he lines the first pitch he sees right back up the middle for a base knock. The second hit of the day for Cotuit.
I believe that's 3 consecutive games now for Pat Dorian with just a nice base hit. Actually, he didn't play the other night in Orleans. So 2 consecutive nights in a row with a nice base hit right up the middle for the third baseman. He's going to St. John's next year. So he's done a good job, especially in the past few games, coming in, playing good defense at third, and getting base knocks.
A.J. Balta is first pitch swinging too, and he hits a pop-up to the right side. Kevin Merrill, the second baseman, hauls it in for the first out of the inning.
Dorian, another one of those temporary players who's done a good job impressing so far. Ryan Hagan's another one that we've talked about. Ross Octor, who was in the booth earlier. Guys who can come in and be effective, more so than even Coach Roberts or GM Bruce Murphy may have even planned.
It's weird how things will shake out on Cape Cod and in other summer collegiate baseball leagues around the country. 1-0 count. Pitch into Quinn Brody, misses. 2 balls, no strikes. Especially because some of the community colleges that these guys come from are actually baseball powerhouses.
You got it.
2-0 grounded down the first base line. It's a fair ball. Brody will round first and head for 2. Now retreat back to first. Dorian advances from first to third. The Kettleers are in business in the bottom of the frame.
Here on Cape Cod, we do have a community college, more commonly known as 4Cs, Cape Cod Community College. I don't believe they have any sports teams. They used to, but not anymore. So for me growing up, it was always like, wait, a community college has a sports team? Like, what is that? But when you go out west or down to the southern part of the country where Pac-12 SEC schools are, some of these community colleges or junior colleges produce some of the best talents in the country.
And it's something that's somewhat unique to the sport of baseball. There are definitely other sports where you can find community colleges with great players too. But baseball, because of transfer rules and because of the nature of the sport where players can really develop in just a year or two, which definitely isn't as easy to do in the sports of basketball or football, you have a wider range of colleges that have star players. 1-1 pitch to Grayson Genessa, fouled off.
One football player who comes to mind when you're talking about community colleges or junior colleges is Cam Newton, who was originally at the University of Florida, then left Florida after a couple of off-the-field issues.
1-2 sawed off up the middle. The shortstop has it. Grenier throws on to first. Can't quite get Brody diving back in.
But then Newton transferred to Blinn College in Texas, which is a community college, and threw for nearly 3,000 yards, 22 touchdowns. They won the Junior College National Championship, and then ends up at Auburn. So, I mean, he's one. These major schools, major programs look at these community colleges and don't view it as, oh, well, he did it in a community college. They look at it as, wow, he actually put up these numbers.
This ball hit back up the middle by Ryan Hagan, off the glove of the pitcher Hoyt, and into center field. Dorian crosses home. Cotuit is on the board here in the 7th.
Great piece of hitting there by Ryan Hagan. Fastball, took it right back up the middle, an absolute rocket off of the glove of Falmouth's pitcher. That's Justin Hoyt, like you mentioned, left-hander. So with that follow-through, he kind of stuck the glove hand up and it carried right off of the glove and into center field.
That'll bring up Tim Susnara with 2 down. And it's funny you mentioned Blinn College, because last summer I watched a guy by the name of Kaylor Chafin pitch for the Wisconsin Woodchucks. And he started off at Texas A&M, but he didn't see any action in 2014. He just wasn't on the level that he needed to be to play baseball for the Aggies. So he went down to Blinn College for a year, transferred, and then went right back to Texas A&M after developing for a season.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
How much fun was it to broadcast for a team called the Wisconsin Woodchucks.
An unimaginable amount of fun. I cannot describe it. Tim Cisnara drills that one back up the middle. Coming home is Brody. Back-to-back RBI singles for Cotuit. In the 7th, they've added a pair and made this an 11-2 ball game.
Another good piece of hitting there by this Cotuit team. Cisnara taking it right back up the middle for their 2nd consecutive hit, 4th of the inning. Just not trying to do too much, taking it right back up the middle, not trying to pull it and put it out of Lowell Park. You know, before that at bat, it's a 10-run game. You're not going to hit a 10-run home run. You make comebacks and build rallies by stringing hits together, and that's exactly what they're doing here in the bottom of the 7th.
The DH, Corey Voss, stands in now. First pitch, breaking ball on the outer edge, called for a strike.
Do you know, after broadcasting for them, how much wood a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
You know, I asked some of the players. I asked the other broadcaster who is from Wausau in central northern Wisconsin, and none of them knew. I could not get a straight answer.
No estimates, no nothing? No ballpark figures?
Nope.
The world may never know.
I think I might have thrown out an estimate or two on a broadcast, but that was probably in a game similar to this one. And that's another beautiful part of especially baseball and all the leagues located around the country is you get some very unique team names. I think you already talked about the Banana Slugs at one point.
University of California, Santa Cruz. Shout out to the Banana Slugs.
Slow grounder towards third. McLaughlin brings it in. Throws across the diamond to get Corey Voss. Cotuit gets on the scoreboard in the 7th. They add 2 runs. Comes on 4 hits, all of them singles. No errors in the frame. 2 men left on. And after 7 at Lowell Park, Kettleers still facing a deficit. 11-2. We'll be back after a quick break.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod, with 2 acute care hospitals and more than 450 physicians. For more information, please visit capecodhealth.org.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clamping. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. To learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more, visit curry.edu.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
(11-2) the scoreline as we go into the 8th inning at Lowell Park. Falmouth Commodores lead the Cotuit Kettleers, and the Commodores come back to the plate with the 8, 9, and 1 hitters. Caden Grenier will dig in and face off against Cal Stevenson. He's probably not too used to being on the pitcher's mound. This is first appearance as a pitcher for the Kettleers, normally in the outfield.
Be interesting to see as the second guy who's typically more of a position player, along with Aaron Mayer. Like, that one comes in at 86 miles an hour. So for a guy who's only listed at 5'10", not only does he have the power with a bat that we've talked about, throwing some heat out there.
These coaches think about situations like this. I think Aaron Mayer, as we discussed with Mike Roberts, was a planned switch to the bullpen. as he intends on pitching next season at East Tennessee State. With Cal Stevenson, this is more just an impromptu, we need a pitcher in a ball game that is one-sided at this point. 2 balls, 1 strike after that fastball misses high and outside. Stevenson working from the stretch, and he gets a high fly ball to left center field. This will be for Jaron Kendall, who has had a very busy day in center. Pulls that one in for the first out of the inning.
Almost looks like, I don't believe that's Kendall out there anymore. Looks like they switched out to center field, or maybe Dayton Dugas out there in center field, because Kendall does not wear those high socks. And Kendall, I believe, does indeed. Oh, he does throw right-handed, so that's not a difference out there.
Yeah, it's not Kendall.
But it is Dugas, as Kevin Condorus, part of our media team, tells us it is indeed Dugas, who wears number 16 for the Kettleers.
Matt McLaughlin standing in, 1-1 count. We haven't seen Dugas at the plate tonight.
We have not. But we will get a chance to next inning.
Stevenson's fastball misses outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Looks like the Kettleer infield is still the same here. 2-1 pitch grounded towards Jones at second. Moves in a couple of steps, fields, and throws on to first for out number 2.
Stevenson doing a pretty good job so far. I mean, I know that fly ball to center was hit hard, but it's the first batter he's ever faced here in the Cape League on the mound. And now 2 down here, and nobody's reached base.
Top of the order for Falmouth here. Kevin Merrill at the plate. First pitch changeup, it looked like, out of the hand of Stevenson. Called for a strike.
Goes back to it again.
And he's up 0-2. This now the 6th time around the order for Falmouth. For Kevin Merrill, he has 2 walks, a strikeout, and a pair of ground outs. And he's rung up. Cal Stevenson sets down the side, 1-2-3. How about that? Gets the Kettleers out of the top of the 8th. And they'll come back to the plate to try to do more damage. Get back into this ball game. 11-2 as we head to the bottom of the 8th at Lowell Park.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Visit Star's Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th-generation member of the business and 12th-generation Cape Codder.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu.
Alonzo Jones at the plate to lead off for the Kettleers in the bottom of the 8th. It's the top of the order for Cotuit. Facing off against a new arm, Paul Ballesteri out of Cornell. Now on the bump for Falmouth, and he misses inside to even the count at 1-1. Ballesteri holds a 2.7 ERA and 6 2/3 innings of work for Falmouth. Those 6 2/3 coming over 3 appearances. He has an 0-1 record, 5 strikeouts. 1-1 for Jones, hit sharply on the ground. Couple of hops for the first baseman Berger, who recovers and steps on the bag for the first out.
Hit hard by Jones, but just a nice play over there by Willie Berger. Fielded it towards the line and then took it himself. You mentioned Ballesteri from Cornell, where the team nickname is the Big Red, and we all know what happens if you don't chew Big Red, but Big Red, both a cinnamon flavored, and a sports team of Cornell, rivals with Dartmouth, who is off in the Big Green.
Dayton Dugas at the plate now. He's replaced Jaron Kendall. It's funny. I know Cornell is the Big Red, but whenever I hear Big Red, I automatically think of Western Kentucky.
Okay.
The Hilltoppers, who have the giant Big Red mascot that is just a giant red blob.
Whenever I think of Western Kentucky, I think of playing NCAA football and the Xbox with my friends, where when you do the Road to Glory mode, they're the last possible team you can choose. So, not exactly known as a big powerhouse when it comes to football, but certainly one of the better mascots in the league, or in college sports.
NCAA football and mascots is a match made in heaven. Have you played the mascot mode?
Mascot mashup.
Swing and a miss from Dugas, now 1-2. My go-to was always the Stanford Cardinal, because just you couldn't see which tree had the football. It was just lost somewhere in the pine needles.
Another one is the, Alabama with Big Ed. It's just a big elephant. Awesome.
Big Al, right?
Big Al. I don't even know why I just said Big Ed. That doesn't even make any sense. Big Al makes so much more sense. And then the Oklahoma State Cowboys is another great one. Just their mascot,
Guns
Pistol
up.
Pete, with that big head and the big hat. Just an awesome mascot.
2-2 fouled off. The Akron Zips mascot, I think it's Zippy, was a lot of fun to play with too.
My friend would always go with Notre Dame and their little leprechaun.
You're undersized then.
But he can do side flips and stuff.
Everyone can do side flips.
But he's so
even
agile.
The tree, even the
small.
Stanford tree.
He's so small that it just makes him nearly impossible to tackle.
3-2 count for Dugas. Here's the pitch. Jammed over to the Cotuit dugout. Now, since you appreciated the Wisconsin Woodchucks nickname so much, I thought I'd throw some of the other Northwoods League team names at you. Lacrosse Loggers.
One, the fact that there's a team named Lacrosse, or a city named Lacrosse. That in itself is awesome.
On the border of Minnesota and Wisconsin, as we see not a broken bat, but a lost bat. Dugas couldn't hold on, and he sent his lumber right over the third base dugout. Kettleers have to watch out. Funny that happens, because the home of the Lacrosse Loggers has been deemed the lumber yard, is what they call it. Some of the other teams in the league include the Rochester Honkers, Thunder Bay Border Cats, Wilmar Stingers, Mankato Moondogs, Wisconsin Rapids Rafters. All over the place, really. There's nothing generic.
Rochester Honkers?
Which I'm pretty sure refers to geese.
Of course it does. If it were in New York, it would just refer to taxi drivers.
Dorian gets a called strike, 1-1. The league added a new team this year, too, in the Rockford Rivets.
You never know what you're going to find out there in the Northwoods League.
No, and a lot of these guys out here on Cape Cod played in the Northwoods League last year. I think it's kind of a stepping stone in making your way up. A lot of the leagues around the country are. Northwoods League stretches from Minnesota into Wisconsin all the way out to Michigan, now in Illinois with that Rockford team. One team in Canada, too. That was the Thunder Bay Border Cats. 2-2 count for Dorian. 2 down, bases empty in the bottom of the 8th at Lowell Park.
Is that the Green Bay Bullfrogs that I see?
Correct. This pitch tagged to right center field, and it should get down. Dorian rounding first, heading for 2. He has his second hit of the ball game, and now he's digging for 3. Not even a throw.
Not every day you see a stand-up triple, but Pat Dorian making things happen here for the Cotuit Kettleers with 2 down in the 8th.
Looked like the Commodores may have misplayed that ball slightly in right center, but nonetheless, great wheels from Dorian to get around with, like you said, a stand-up triple. A.J. Balta stands in now, a chance for Cotuit to add another run. First pitch misses off the plate outside. One 0 on the way now. Hit on the ground, right side. Gobbled up by Merrill at second. He flips it over to first, and that'll do it for Cotuit in the 8th. No runs, 1 hit, the triple from Dorian. No errors, 1 man left on. 11-2. Falmouth leads Cotuit after 8 innings at Lowell Park.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th-generation member of the business and 12th-generation Cape Codder.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu.
Falmouth comes to the plate in the top of the 9th, holding an 11-2 edge against the Cotuit Kettleers. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us. A beautiful night for baseball in Cotuit, but things have not gone the Kettleers' way this far. Bryce Johnson leading off here for Falmouth, or it looks like they may have a pinch hitter at the plate. Cal Stevenson working away on the mound, his second inning of work. 1-0 on the way. Big cut and a miss from the pinch hitter Dylan Morris. Probably about time in this game where the Commodores can unload the bench. 1-1 pitch. Slow hopper towards first. Flip on to Stevenson covering the base. He's done his PFPs. Gets out number 1.
Well, it helps when you have a pitcher I can call him that now with him on the mound. Cal Stevenson, who's as fast as Cal Stevenson is. A lot of pitchers, they're athletic, but they don't just have the straightaway speed that Stevenson does. And following through there, left-handed pitcher, so he's following through, going towards third base, but still showing off the speed to get over there and cover first base.
Another pinch hitter, it's Ryan Chandler. He hits a high fly ball in the infield. Ryan Hagen ranges over, makes the catch. 2 quick outs for Stevenson in the ninth. He's set down 5 in a row.
He's done an excellent job. He's probably been the best pitcher so far tonight for the Kettleers.
Watch out, he's gunning for a job in the rotation, man.
Well, with a crowded outfield, Cal Stevenson trying to find his niche, finding a role on this Kettleers team, and he's doing an excellent job on the mound tonight.
No pinch hitter for Willie Berger. He holds up on a fastball called for a strike at the knees. Kettleers have 5, 6, and 7 due up next inning. They'll need to go around the order if they want to come back. Dribbler to the left side. Stevenson has this number. Long throw to first. It can't be handled by Balta.
Well, that's a tough play. Long throw for Stevenson, who had to get all the way over there and cover. And the throw, Balta tried to apply the tag as Berger ran by, but just unable to do so. So nothing wrong with that, though, if you're the Kettleers. Obviously, he gave up a hit, but very tough play.
Let's check on the Cape League scoreboard as Trevor Larnick stands in. Brewster has defeated Hyannis by a score of 12-3. Wareham is up on the road by a score of 5-3 at Bourne, top of the 6th there. Harwich leads 4-0 in the top of the 4th against Chatham, and YD is up 2-0 on Orleans. Yarnick lines one into center, and now he chugs down to second base safely. The ball is misplayed by Duga in center. That allowed Willie Berger to go from first to third. And now Falmouth is looking to add some padding here to their 9-run edge.
Well, that'll go as an error on Duga and allow Berger to take third as well as Larnick to move to second. So now the Commodores have something cooking with 2 outs, 2 runners in scoring position with 2 down here in the top of the 9th.
Matt Deuce at the plate. He crushed a baseball in his last at-bat. Deuce has reached every time tonight. Checks his swing on a breaking ball in the dirt. No balls, 2 strikes. Deuce walked in the second, hit by a pitch in the third, doubled in the 5th, singled in the 7th, and then doubled again to deep right center later on in the 7th. Stevenson ready with the 0-2. Here it comes. Breaking ball misses inside.
For those of you NBA fans out there, the first 2 picks of tonight's NBA draft have been made, with Ben Simmons going number 1 overall to the 76ers as expected, and Brandon Ingram going to the LA Lakers with the number 2 pick.
1-2 offering fouled off. Those were both definitely well known in advance. Simmons would go 1, Ingram 2.
Now the real draft starts with Boston at number 3. So many options. A lot of trying to trade the pick and maybe find a superstar. Very good team. Made the playoffs this year.
Chris Dunn out of Providence is the name I've heard a lot for Boston at 3. Two-two pitch from Stevenson. Swing and a miss. He gets out of the 9th unscathed. Falmouth with no runs. Couple of hits, 1 error, 2 men left on. Now we head to the bottom of the 9th at Lowell Park. Kettleers needing a huge comeback, trailing by 9.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod, with 2 acute care hospitals and more than 450 physicians. For more information, please visit capecodhealth.org.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clam bake. a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. To learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more, visit curry.edu.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more.
Bottom of the ninth now at Lowell Park. Kettleers coming to the plate, needing a handful of runs and then some to come back against Falmouth. Quinn Brody leading it off. It's 5, 6, and 7 due up for the Kettleers. Paul Ballesteri still on the bump. First pitch lined over to third by Brody. McLaughlin makes the grab. One away in the bottom of the ninth. The Boston Celtics have now made their pick in the 2016 NBA draft, taking Jaylen Brown, right, Aiden?
That's what our video producer Kevin Contouris is telling us from behind the broadcast booth here. And I'm not a fan of that pick at all if I were a Celtics fan. I'm not even a Celtics fan, but if I were, I don't like that. I'm not a big Jaylen Brown fan. I think sometimes incredible athlete, just unbelievable, off-the-charts athleticism, but not a lot of polish. Seems to kind of fade in, fade out. Sometimes the effort isn't always there.
Genesta hits a chopper up the middle, backhanded by Merrill, throws over to first and gets Genesta a great play for the second out.
Well, that's a nice play by Merrill over there at second. The retired Genesta ranging way to his right and throwing off balance, kind of falling away there. But getting back to the NBA, the Celtics have a lot of options. There are a lot of talk about trading the pick beforehand. I personally would have gone with Chris Dunn, and I know the big argument is, well, they have so many guards to begin with. Jaylen Brown's a small forward who can't shoot. And if the IQ isn't there, the motor isn't there, the effort isn't there, high risk but high reward, but extremely high risk as well.
Ryan Hagan pops one up to the right side. Kevin Merrill records the final out, and that's the ball game here in Cotuit. So if you want to flip over to the NBA draft, go right ahead. But first we'll have our little post-game show here, Aiden. Kettleers falling 11-2 against the Falmouth Commodores. Falmouth improves to 6-6. They sit at 500 on the season now. Cotuit drops to 1-11. What were the primary issues for the Kettleers tonight?
Offense and defense. And pitching. That's
in a 9-run ball game, you can point the finger in a lot of directions.
I can't really say it any better than that. Only 6 hits on the board, 4 of which came in the 7th inning, then 2 of which came from Pat Dorian. So Dorian's responsible for a third of your hits, and 4 you want to see if you're Coach Mike Roberts, plus the 3 errors allowing Falmouth to take extra bases and extend innings. Not something you want to see. And I know one of the errors on Jones took a bad hop, so it's bound to happen at some point. You can't really knock him for that. But it's just still the concept of seeing that 3 up there in that third column on the scoreboard.
Here's how the weekend will go for Cotuit. Tomorrow they travel to Hyannis for a 6 p.m. date with the Harbor Hawks. Saturday they host the YD Red Sox, 5 p.m. first pitch here at Lowell Park. Sunday they hit the road again to take on these Commodores, trying to get revenge, 5:30 p.m. for that one. What do you want to see out of the Kettleers over the weekend?
I want to see more offense. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but the pitching, you can't really control it. If they're hitting the ball hard,
it'll happen.
Yeah,
it's going to happen.
If they're going to hit the ball hard, if you're finding the zone, that's more important. I'd rather see more control and fewer walks than fewer hits up on the board. And I know with 12 hits given up, it's hard to say that, but as long as they find the zone with their pitches, I think they'll be fine. But it's the offense right now, and I know Coach Roberts has talked about that he's not really concerned about the offense. He doesn't worry about it. He's more focused on the pitching and defense. They've looked pretty good defensively for the past few games. Obviously tonight with 3 errors, not as much, but the offense needs to come around at some point if Cotuit's going to start winning ball games.
Any other final thoughts on this ball game, on the Kettleers, or on the NBA draft, wherever you want to take it?
Be interesting to see how the Kettleers bounce back tomorrow in Hyannis, and then obviously with 3 games in 3 days rounding out the rest of this week. Be interested to see where Malachi Richardson goes in the NBA draft, who led my Syracuse Orange to the Final Four basically by himself this past year. Be interesting to see where he goes in the first round. And that's pretty much it. That's about it, and then I've got.
I think you summed it up well. That'll do it for us at Lowell Park. Again, the
one
final
more
score. Toss it in there.
Well, just pay attention to the Copa America final between Chile and Argentina for the 2nd year in a row, and then as well as the European Championships. The last thing, LeBron brought a ring home to Cleveland.
That did happen. I know you and Ross Ochter are better men for it.
That we are, I think. I hope.
We'll call it a night now at Lowell Park. Again, the final score, the Cotuit Kettleers 2, the Falmouth Commodores 11. For the host of Kettle Talk, John Perez, and our incredible video production staff here at Lowell Park, as well as Aidan Doyle, I'm Jason Doro signing off from Cotuit. So long, and have a pleasant Thursday evening.
Summer baseball's underway. People get ready for a brand new day. So grab your hat and grab your glove. We gotta cheer for the team we love. The ball's racing down the line. Come on, coach, give them a sign. The runner's waiting, he's ready to steal. The Kettleers are gonna seal the deal. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today. So dock your skiff and take a walk past the coop. It's 5 o'clock. Head on down to Lowell Park. We'll keep on playing till it gets dark. But first we've got a game to win. Give that pitch plenty of spin. Let's go, boys, let's get it done. We want to see a Cotuit home run. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win